Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Village of Essex Junction Trustees meeting for Tuesday, May 12th. I will go ahead and call this meeting to order. Tonight, do we have any agenda additions and changes?
Yes, we do.
Unknown participant is now joining.
Sorry, Raj, you're going to take that advice you gave me and figure out how to do that momentarily. But for agendas, additions, and changes, proposed business item 5B, discuss how to help local businesses during the pandemic, with some items to go with that. Ideas for assisting village businesses, a map of locations of bars and restaurants in Essex and Essex Junction, and an article about from Vermont Digger about chambers of commerce urging the state to allow outdoor restaurants. Those would all go with the proposed business item addition.
Appreciate that, Greg. Were there any other agenda additions or changes tonight? The thing I do approve the agenda is for the consent items. One of them, or for any of them, but I'm going to in particular call out the annual appointments. If anybody had any concerns with the appointments, then now would be the time to ask to pull that out. Otherwise, what's in the consent agenda is what would be approved or not approved. So I'm assuming the silence means that everybody is okay with the consent agenda items as such, then, or not amending that portion. So as such, can we have a motion to approve the agenda changes?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you, George, for the motion. I think Dan beat you on that one, Amber. So
good.
We'll give Dan the second on that. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passed unanimously, which will bring us now to the portion of the meeting of public to be heard. So this is a portion of tonight's meeting in which if somebody would like to speak to the Board of Trustees about something that is not on the agenda, now is the time to do so. Again, if you would like to speak to something that is not on the agenda, now is the time. Otherwise, for agenda items, we will get to those momentarily. And so if you would like to speak, just please make sure you state your name for the record. That'd be appreciated. All right, I think 30 or so seconds. So hearing the silence, we will go ahead and assume that nobody wanted to speak to us about something that is not on the agenda. Now on to business item 5A and the request to recognize graduating Essex High School seniors near Five Corners.
Hi. My name is Tara Gennaro, and I just want to thank you guys for letting us come and talk to you guys about this. And right now across this nation, the world is considering how to honor these graduating seniors from high school because of this corona pandemic. We're trying to figure out a way to honor them in a way that it's a community-wide thing. So what we're requesting is permission to use the green space in front of the senior center, the Essex Junction offices, maybe even the library, and to put posters, which I sent pictures. Do you guys have those?
Mm-hmm. Yes, we do.
Okay. So that was just a quick. The top one is the banner, which would be in the background. And then each senior would have a photo on a kind of yard sign. We had considered doing kind of like stuff on the flagpoles, but apparently there's not enough time to be able to do that. So this is kind of our other idea. And there's 269 seniors that have photos from the yearbook. So I don't know if we could use the Brownell Library too, or just the poles would have been perfect because they'd be up in the air and you wouldn't have to take them up and down. And But, so this is where we've come to, is into the lawn.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of quick questions on this.
Yeah.
For one, I think this is a fantastic idea. I know, while we don't have a high school senior, our child is only in 4th grade. This is still this is a great way to recognize those who are graduating in a way as publicly as we possibly can. McGillicuddy's has already done, which I think is a great step. With I think one of the things you said is that there are 269 seniors with pictures. So for those seniors who don't have a
300
for those who don't have a picture.
Yeah. So for those who do not have a photo, we were thinking of doing just, unfortunately, just their own sign that's an Essex graduate with like a hornet. Because I have Rob Reardon, the principal, who is on board with this as well. And we can't really chase those pictures. They've chosen not to put a picture into the yearbook, so that was their choice. So we can't get their photo. But we would honor them with a blank one that they could have afterwards.
That's great. That was going to be my only concern, is to make sure that students will be able to be recognized.
Yeah, they would still be recognized for sure.
Other than that, do any other trustees have any questions, comments, concerns on this?
It's George. I think it's a fabulous idea. I think it's absolutely fantastic. It's really creative, and I'm glad to see you doing this. And I wasn't clear if you said you weren't sure you could use the library. I would just say, in my mind, for me, I would use as much space that's of the publicly owned space, that whatever works, because that's a lot of posters to put out there. So I would just do your creative best, because I think once you start putting them up, you may need some extra space, but yeah, I think it's fantastic, and I'm totally on board with it.
Okay, so the thing is we're gonna probably have to take them up and down every day because of just vandalism, and just I don't want anything bad to happen to them when we're trying to honor these kids and make them feel like we've got their back and everything that they're going through. So that's going to kind of stink, but it's really the only other thing we could come up with is to just, because Five Corners is kind of the epicenter of Essex. So I can't think of a better place to do this. And if we could do any of the community land, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. So this is Raj. I would just please do coordinate with the library director to make sure I know that they've been putting tables out on the lawn for staff and for curbside visitors to wait and receive in a socially distanced way their library materials and to enjoy the lawn. So just I'm sure you would, but just please check with them. And
oh yes.
I do understand that they've been moving stuff around on the lawn for that purpose. How long were you thinking of leaving these up for the commencement weekend, or?
So we were thinking, so commencement is June 13th, I believe. So I had thought for 2 weeks, which is a really a lot of work. For the people taking them up and down, but I would try to do a schedule because I want to get them up, sooner than later. But we would like them up at least through commencement.
So again, let me just reiterate what everybody else has said, because I didn't say it before. I do agree this is a really creative and cool idea, and I'm surprised that 280 some odd high school students are thrilled about having their pictures.
Oh, they don't know about it. It's not a surprise.
That was my recently graduated daughter's reaction. But there's also 81 Main just up the street. But my only concern, and it has to do with what we're about to talk about after this, is that some of those spaces we may have been counting on to use, and we may not be, but that's going to be could be part of our conversation. The lawn at Brownell and some other open spaces now for tables and whatnot.
Okay.
And I'll look at George to see what do you think. So 2 weeks, into late June.
I don't see
It
us.
would be early June through the 13th. So early June, and probably take them down by like Sunday evening, like the 14th.
Yeah. We weren't anticipating using any of that space.
Okay.
One other thought though, where are you, when you take them down, where are you putting them?
Probably in I don't know.
Well, that was gonna my next point. We're not really. Evan and Greg are here, and if I don't know, it might be the simplest thing. Might be if you could just put them in Lincoln Hall. No one. It's kind of shut down right now, so there might be. In fact, you might be able to stick them right in the meeting room. I don't know what's going on. Greg, Evan, anything going on in the meeting room where they could just put those signs in, or just right in the lobby or something like that?
We could give them the code to the room, and they could just use the boardroom and take them in and out. I gave you guys a chat that we could certainly give them lawn space in front of 81 Main. We have that building and our lawn space in the auxiliary lot, so they could come down Main Street a bit. They're going to have
269.
Yeah. So, and then we could give them a code for the room. Actually, we could work it out for both buildings. They can get into both buildings and grab those signs, so they're not lugging them all the way around.
That'd be fantastic.
Yeah.
Where's the auxiliary lot?
It's just up. It's across the creek. It's right in front of where you turn into the high school. There's a basketball hoop there.
Yeah. No, yeah.
We own that property.
Okay.
So you can use that property. You could use the front of 81 Main Street, which is the town hall.
Yep.
You could use in front of the village hall, wrap it around all the way to the side of the fire station.
Yep.
And then I would ask that you work with Wendy about places to put it on the library lot.
Okay.
May even be able to talk with the owner next door, which is the florist, which is
yeah.
I'm sure
they would probably let you use their space. Yeah.
That's Maplehurst, correct?
What's that?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
So we'd be happy to give you a code to get into both buildings. Actually, the 81 Main, you'd get a card key that would get you in.
Okay. Perfect.
So were there
Thank
other
you.
questions from the trustees before we open up to other public comment?
One comment.
Go ahead, Dan.
I saw the pictures, obviously, that she sent, and I think it looks great. My concern is vandalism, as you know, in the village. These are going to be left out overnight.
No,
No.
Oh, I missed that.
taking them in. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
No,
Well, that's good. I'm all on board with it. I think it's great. Too bad that the kids won't have a regular graduation, but this is a creative and nice way to recognize it. Thanks.
Perfect.
Thank you, Dan. And Amber, were there any questions or comments?
None for me.
Great. So at this point, what I would ask as well is Evan, Greg, somebody from staff, if you'd be willing to help work with Kara and others around the logistics, that would be greatly appreciated. But I think, as you can hear, there's certainly no concern from the trustees. So if everybody is good with it, what we can do is we can open this up for other public comment. So because there may be a delay, I'm going to have to pause. But if there is anybody else from the public who would like to speak to this item, please go ahead, let me know, and state your name for the record. I do believe I can see in the chat that there may be a Stephanie, I'm going to butcher her last name, I'm sorry about that. But Stephanie, I believe you may have a comment you'd like to add in?
That's okay, I'll let you off the hook. So, it's Stephanie Minier, and I just wanted to say thank you. I am a parent of a 2020 senior grad, so this is a more than challenging time. I told Kara I wouldn't talk because I said we couldn't get emotional. But I just wanted to thank you to the town and the community. So we're really trying to figure out how to recognize these young people as they go off into the world. So thank you for your input and your support.
Yep, no problem.
I have to admit, though, there's really not much to thank us for. We really appreciate the work that you and other parents are doing, as you have done the hard work. We've frankly just sat here and said, yes, go ahead. So we really appreciate the hard work that you guys are all doing to recognize our community.
Yeah, thank the community. Thank you.
Were there other members from the public who wish to speak to? Hearing none, I am assuming that we would likely need a motion on this item.
Yes.
Someone would like to go ahead and make a stab at the motion.
Someone make one.
I can do it. Let me just get it. Find it.
It may be along the lines of waiving village
Yes.
policies around signs in the right. It may be along the lines of waiving village policies around signs in the right of way for the recognition of the EHS graduating class of 2020.
I move that the trustees waive ordinances related to signs for a period of 2 weeks to honor graduating Essex High School seniors in the month of June, and approve the display of the signs as.
I'll second.
Great. And is there any further discussion on the motion?
I just would like to say thank you guys so much for your time.
Sure.
Absolutely. Thank you, Kara.
Okay.
All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? That passes unanimously. So thank you for bringing this to us. We really appreciate it and look forward to seeing all these signs up around our community.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
Thank you. And as we transition to the next agenda item, Greg, would you just be able to put up those pictures for those who don't have the packet in front of them so that they can see what the signs are that we were Give me a few moments to get my agenda back out, which brings us to agenda item 5B about helping local
Unknown
businesses during the
participant is
pandemic.
now exiting.
Yes, going to the assisting businesses or assisting local businesses during a pandemic.
Right.
I'm not sure who wanted to take this one.
Raj, you want me to handle it and you can jump in?
Sure.
Okay, very quickly, and I want to just first of all phrase this. This is in no way we're not trying to get around or short circuit or shortcut our conversation with the select board. We hope we want to collaborate with them. We want to talk about this and we want to have a global discussion, and we look forward to that. And I will also say that I want to remind everybody that this is a really serious situation we are in, and there's no real light at the end of the tunnel right now. So this is not intended, what we're talking about here is not intended to somehow get around state guidelines or not take them seriously. Public health and public safety is our priority through all of this. That being said, very quickly, what it looks like as businesses go back online, restaurants and bars are going to be hit particularly hard. Other businesses are not going to be told you have to reduce your staff or your customer base or your client base by 50%, or you have to reduce how many products you sell by 50%. but it looks like the guidance that's coming, that might be coming from the state, if it's sort of in line with what's going on in other states, is that they're going to be told they have to give up something like 50% or more of their seating capacity. And so the issue for village businesses is how do you help them recover some of that seating capacity? And what's been going on in other states, and Raj and I have been trying to keep track of this, and there's all kinds of creative things going on. And also what's going on in Burlington generally is that these businesses are being encouraged to have expand outdoor seating and to look to outdoor seating where you can have safe social distancing, and you can regain some of the lost capacity. And this is where it poses a little bit of a problem specifically for the businesses in the village center. Because if we look at businesses outside the village center and in the town generally, most of them have parking lots that they can expand into. If you think of Vespas, you think of Cody's, they have or places in the Essex Town Center. They have a parking lot that they can expand into, and the state is talking about maybe giving out grants to help some businesses have put up tents or awnings and purchase some outdoor furniture. But for a lot of the businesses in the village center, they are completely landlocked. They have little or no space to expand to. The only space they can expand onto is public space. And so that's specifically why what Raj and I wanted to talk about tonight is that there are a number of ideas for how we might use some of the public space, some of the village-owned space in and around the village center to work with some local restaurants and eating establishments to see if we can help them recover some of that outdoor space. Exactly what we would do, I think it's going to require probably us working pretty much one-on-one with a lot of the businesses, because what works for one might not work for the other. But some of the ideas that we have are, for example, if we blocked off some of the parking on Railroad Avenue and made that a public seating eating area, if we blocked off, and I had the idea of the cut-through area behind Veterans Park, if we blocked that off and turned that into an eating area. Of course, there's the Firebird lot, which we own. We could turn that into, we could accelerate our effort to sort of put seating and trees and everything out there. There might be some opportunities on Lower Park Street. So those are some ideas. The other issue is, what do we do? And we brought up the question of vandalism and keeping things clean. So if the village converts these into public spaces, that's great. That expedites it, but then the village becomes responsible for those places, keeping them clean, protecting them from being vandalized and so forth. If we partnered with the businesses and they had some responsibility and said, you know, they're going to take ownership of the spots, that's fine, but that may be difficult to do. So that's why I'm saying it's going to be, it's probably an ongoing project, but we really kind of see this as a separate, we would love to have the town come in on this with us, and would love to have some town funds help us, assist us with this. That would be great. That's what we're hoping for. But in anticipation that the select board is just hearing about all this now, they may want to take some time to think about it. They may want to go in a different direction. They obviously have to think in terms of townwide policy and not just something that works for the village center. So that's why we wanted to raise it now. So regardless of the discussion on where we go with the select board, we would kind of like to continue our effort of working and contacting, communicating with the businesses in the village, and try to come up with, by our next trustee meeting, some concrete plans for how we would proceed with this. So that's and Raj, I'm going to stop there and let you jump in if you've got anything you want to add. Raj.
Roger muted.
You're muted.
Sorry. I think that was excellent, George, and I think the write-up in the packet goes to a lot of it. We do have a survey out. We're waiting to hear back specifically hopefully we get back some feedback on what some of these businesses think they need, what their challenges are, and how we can help, if any. But I think, you know, as everybody knows, the situation's dynamic. The governor is opening things up pretty quickly. Things could be shut down or pulled back a little bit, you know, as we go through the summer. And I think a lot of what we're proposing, or we've started talking about, a lot of those plans are flexible enough to deal with that situation. We've got a lot of interesting opportunities with sidewalk space, some public space, but I think George is right. We've got a lot of restaurants and bars that are in a pretty precarious situation, especially when it comes to having no space to expand. So some of the ideas, like removing some parking from Railroad Street, maybe from Main Street, you know, looking at something like, you know, scheduled closings of some streets during busy times, perhaps weekends. I think we need to keep a lot of things on the table and see how things work out. There are going to be challenges for everybody in this, but we're really curious to see what the other trustees and staff think about it.
George, Raj, I really appreciate all the work you guys have put into this. The survey I thought looked great. The amount of research that you've done, the examples you've provided about what the businesses could do. I think this is all fantastic. And Greg, if you don't mind just scrolling down a little bit so that way those in attendance can also just see some of the examples. For restaurants and bars, I think this could be very useful. As you've mentioned, trying to change their business model, frankly, to accommodate 6 feet social distancing is a significant issue for them. And I would say, based on what my understanding is from the most recent guidance, I think another industry that's also going to be could be similarly hurt is the retail industry, as I believe that they're supposed to be limited to 25% of their capacity for both customers and for employees. So again, I think that they're another entity where if there are other creative ideas of what we could do, if this could also not just be for restaurant seating and bar seating, if there were opportunities for retail establishments to somehow utilize like a sidewalk sale type atmosphere. I'm not sure if that may be of assistance, but frankly, no concerns for me. I'd be curious from other trustees if there are any questions, comments, concerns. Amber, Dan?
I don't have any concerns, Andrew. I think we're just chatting broadly at this point. I would like to see what the state obviously says about these ideas and how they're going to open up outdoor seating and that opportunity, and then kind of go from there.
Great, thank you, Amber.
Andrew, this is Evan.
Yep.
You know, for us, I think some of the things that we can absolutely do, and I've already had some chat with Robin and Owiso and others, is trying to be flexible with our ordinances and our regulations and the speed at which we can turn around a request. Obviously, as George and Raj and others put it, some places are relatively landlocked, but we do own the parking on Railroad. We own the parking spaces on Main. We own parking spaces on Park Street. If we get a application or something, we could do a quick turnaround of what we can live with, and keep the public safe adjacent to those seating areas and work with those business owners. We would also work with their property owners, because some of these businesses do not own their property, they rent. So we could work with people of that as well, and turn it around quickly so that they have a chance of surviving. with limited seating inside or out.
Thank you, Evan. Go ahead, Dan.
Just regarding this, I totally support the idea and hopeful that we can work this out. But one consideration is the venue. I mean, because it's outdoors and businesses aren't as easily able to secure that area while they're going in and out. I mean, wait staff would assume going in and out, unless there's bouncers or what have you, somebody there to prevent somebody from coming in. I mean, I think of the alcohol, or I don't know if we're going to allow alcoholic beverages, in certain areas, but just concerned over the liquor and making sure that people are of age and that nobody's jumping into the venue, what have you.
Yes, thank you, Dan. I would assume that as a part of this process, that either Chief Gary or Robin or both or somebody else would need to be going through our ordinances to make sure that we waive the right ones when necessary, as well as make sure that the applicable laws and protections are in place to prevent those kinds of things that you talk about. I don't think this is something, frankly, that we can just decide in one day and have implemented the next. No. From a process point, George, Raj, given that we're going to be talking about this select board in just a few moments, how do the two of you feel about seeing how that conversation goes, and if necessary, we have another meeting before our next scheduled meeting?
That's fine, and that'd be great. I think what Raj and I were interested in was just having this conversation to just sort of keep the trustees, because we started this basically 2 meetings ago. We wanted to update you and also get a sense of, if we have 2 efforts, if we have a town-wide effort that's working on all businesses, grants and so forth, in the town center and on Pearl Street outside the village center, that would be great to help them purchase equipment or something like that. But if it's necessary, it may also be necessary for us to have a kind of a separate effort where we're just looking at the public spaces in the village, because that's really something that would be just explicitly under the trustees' control, and how we want to approach that. And the other issue, of course, is the space in front of Firebird. How, if we wanted to proceed with fixing that up, Robin, I know, was hoping to get, I think he was looking to get some grant money, so it would defray some of the cost of improving that. But that obviously is going to take a while. So if we wanted to accelerate that, it would mean we'd probably have to dip into village economic development funds. And also, if we wanted to do some other things around the village center that were specific just for the village center, we might have to dip just into village economic development funds. So we're not, again, it's all formative right now, and we certainly want to have the conversation with the select board about it, but we just also wanted to bring it to the attention of the trustees that this is where we're headed and get any feedback that you may want to give us on it. So we appreciate that.
Great. Well, I don't have any other feedback. Thank you so much again, George, Raj. Trustees, any other feedback you want to provide before we open this up for public comment?
Can I ask a quick question? I didn't ask this before. I don't know why. Do we have any responses to the survey yet? Evan or Greg, do you know?
I do not know.
Is now
I'm
exiting.
not sure if you do, or I think Robin's online too. Or George just got his hand.
Yeah, we have 3 so far.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say that.
Thanks.
Great.
I think if I could jump in there, I think this is what I'm saying. I think that for some of these places, it's probably going to require face-to-face, socially safe, socially distanced, face-to-face contact with the owners, because just sending them a letter or asking them to do a survey, it just may not be getting through to them. So we may have to actually pursue this in person. And I'm sure they're all going to be very grateful that we're reaching out to them. That's what I understand. They all, my feeling is they have been grateful for us reaching out. So, but that may require some legwork on our part.
Absolutely. We are at the portion for public comment on for the agenda item regarding assistance to local businesses, and this is for the village only. This is not for the joint village and town select board portion of the meeting. So if somebody from the community, from the public, would like to speak to the board on this topic, now's the time to do so. Okay, I believe that has been 30 seconds. I didn't hear anybody asking. We will go ahead, and there's no action needed tonight, I believe.
No.
So that would bring us to the end of our business items for tonight and onto the consent agenda.
I'll move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Dan. Any comments on the motion? All those in favor of the consent agenda, please signify by saying aye.
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 Passed unanimously. And so that will bring us on to the reading file. First of which being board member comments. There was one thing I wanted to bring up. I had emailed Evan this, and I'm sorry if there's been a response. I've had a busy day at work today and I haven't checked my village emails in a little while. I was very encouraged to see from EJRP how they are going to be opening up their childcare early in terms of trying to help out with, or in terms of aligning with the governor's releasing, if you will, of the restrictions and help to provide some much needed childcare, not just for the preschool age, but for the general population, so the typical after-school population. Being able to offer this, I think, is going to be a great service, and to start it in June 1st is fantastic, and I commend EJRP for doing this. One thing that got me concerned in that email, though, was the following of the policy in which after a camp is purchased, or the registration is purchased, that if you cancel, you have a minimum of a 5% cancellation fee, which is then not given back to the family who paid for their child to attend the camp. Personally, I'm a little disheartened by that. EJRP would reconsider. I know experience our child who was going to be attending another camp. We have decided to not have him do so, and they have had no problems in giving us a full refund. And I would really hope that at this point in time that EJRP would be willing to do the same thing. So, Evan, I don't know if there's any updates on that.
Well, I did get a chance to talk to Brad. It is a complicated issue. And so I would like a little bit more time to talk with him about options of what to do and how to do it. It is difficult times, but it is a very complicated process with camps and daycare and a lot and some to do with a significant loss of revenue that we are experiencing by not having our programs up and running the last couple of months. So I have brought the issue to his attention. We talked very briefly, and when I say very briefly, like 3 to 5 minutes, and then decided that we would try to link up again to talk about options.
Great, I appreciate that, and again, would just encourage them to. I understand that, you know, as a business, as an enterprise fund, your revenue has to meet its costs. At the same time, given that we are in a bit of a pandemic, literally, think outside the box a little bit on this one.
And just to give you a lot of the planning of these camps and things are dependent upon the numbers who are signed up. And they do staffing based upon that. So if there's a lot of last minute movement, that really throws off a lot of our numbers and a lot of our planning. So again, I will talk further with Brad about this. Thank you for bringing it to our attention. One other thing that also occurred is this also went out in February in the brochure. And if people remember February, it was pre-COVID. And so that is part of also what's going on is people are seeing that in the brochure, and we haven't had time to adjust anything in that nature. And it's an ever-changing world today. Today, the governor says A, tomorrow he says B, and we have to react. But we do want to open up early. It is about 2.5 to 3 weeks earlier than camps and daycare for the summer open up. But our goal is to provide those services for citizens who need to go to work. And the kids need a safe place to be.
Absolutely. It's greatly appreciated, Evan. Thank you. Thank Brad. Thanks to the EJRP staff for making that happen. Do appreciate it.
Okay.
And that was the end of my comments. Other trustees have any other comments before?
Nope.
Then you have the rest of the reading file. Definitely make sure you check those out if you have not done so yet. And we do not have an executive session planned for today. Evan, Greg, anything from the staff perspective before we jump into the joint meeting?
We do have an executive session in the joint meeting,
Right.
but not in the village meeting.
I have nothing else to add.
Nothing to add.
Great.
Thank you for staying on time.
Well, we can just go ahead and let's see if you want to talk about the philosophy around various topics. I'm just kidding. So on that note, we can go ahead and we will take a brief hiatus as we welcome our friends and colleagues from the select board to join us. If anybody needs a bio break, now is a great time to do so.
Hello, everybody.
Who is that?
Howdy.
It's Elaine.
Hello, Elaine.
I'm scanning to see if select board members are in attendance. If you are a select board member, can you identify yourself, please?
Pat, I'm here.
Thank you, Pat.
Vince Franco's here.
Thank you, Vince. Are you on screen tonight or just audio?
Walking down with my water. I'll be on screen in a minute.
Oh, okay, just checking. Is Andy Watts available? We will wait a moment or two for everyone to regroup, and hopefully Andy will join us as well.
Andy is in the list. He just was on.
There I am. I was clicking on my mute button multiple times. Now I'm in. All right.
Okay, the select board is present. When Andrew comes back, we'll wait for Andrew to come back before we call the joint meeting.
Hi, Elaine. Thank you for that. Thank you, select board. And if we can just go ahead and I'll do the round robin for the trustees, make sure we're all set. George.
Andrew, we can't hear you.
Yeah, Andrew, you're not coming in clearly.
Is that any better?
A little bit.
I will do my best.
Do you have a fan on?
Somebody's sitting on the highway with a truck going by.
Let me try something else. Hey, George, do you want to go ahead and get the meeting started while I try to figure this out?
Sure. I will call the trustee meeting back to order. Is that it? So, but Elaine, do you want to take over until Andrew is technically on board, and I'll follow your lead.
Sure thing, George. Thank you. I will call the Town of Essex Select Board meeting for May 12th, or the joint meeting, to order. And just a quick, if I may, if you're not speaking, please put your microphone on mute so we're not hearing random trucks driving by people's houses. And regarding the chat feature of Microsoft Teams, I'm wondering if we could just agree that using the chat feature should be reserved simply for people who wish to speak and be recognized, rather than to have conversations and providing references and notes and commentary on the side. The comments that appear in the chat do not go in the minutes. And so it's important that we keep all of our conversation in the public forum. At this point, I think we'll move on to agenda additions and changes. Greg?
Yeah, this is Greg. We have a few materials to go with item 5B, which was discuss how to help local businesses during the pandemic. So just some additional materials. The trustees have seen these at their meeting, but for the select board and for joint discussion, there are some ideas for assisting village business. A map with the location of bars and restaurants in Essex and Essex Junction, and an article from Vermont Digger about how chambers of commerce are urging the state to allow outdoor restaurants.
Thank you, Greg. I also am wondering about on the joint agenda, consent item 6B. I believe there's a discussion that needs to be had about appointing representatives to the Chittenden Solid Waste District. Is that true?
Yes, good catch. Once we get to that point, there's the current alternate for the Town of Essex, Max Levy, does not want to renew his status as the CSWD representative. So the select board will have to discuss how they want to appoint that person, or appoint an alternate. So yes, that should have been under business items. Good catch, Elaine. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other changes or additions?
Yes, Andy, I got my hand up.
Andy.
I would like to discuss the joint meeting schedule. So I'd like to pull that into a business discussion. It doesn't. I hope it doesn't have to be long, but I just want to have some comments on that, and also suggest a alternative.
So we're going to pull consent items 6B and C out of the consent agenda and move them to business items. Andy, did I recall that you also had some changes to the minutes, or was that for the select board meeting?
That's for the select board meeting.
Thank you. Okay. Any other changes to the minutes or to the agenda? Okay. Can I get a motion from the select board to approve the agenda as amended?
I move approval of the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is that Pat?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. It's all yours, George.
Andrew, you back online?
I think I'm back. Can you all hear me better?
Take it away.
Yes, we can.
Great.
Okay.
So all those, you're going to have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And any discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you.
All right, now we are at the portion of the meeting that is public to be heard. This is the time when if you are a member of the public and you wish to talk to the boards about something that is not on the agenda, you can do so. I'm going to set my watch for 30 seconds, 45 seconds to see if anybody from the public wishes to ask a question or make a comment on items that are not on the agenda. All right, hearing none. Let's continue. Business item 5A, update on COVID-19. Evan?
I'm going to try to keep this brief, but there's so many changes that happen day to day, week to week. I want to start with something positive and this will sound weird because positive is not a good word when you talk about Corona. To date, no positive cases amongst either village staff or town staff. After 10 weeks, no positive cases amongst staff. There are rapid changes from time to time. The governor did come out this week and said, or about a week ago, that we could do curbside library pickup and drop off. So both libraries are active. They both had incredibly busy weeks with people trying to get new materials and dropping off their old materials. And so they are doing that. June 1st is going to be the opening of daycare. EJRP and the town are going to feverishly get up and running for those days. It's about 2.5 to 3 weeks earlier than daycare, summer daycare. So it's kind of a weird slot for us also to be able to do daycare in the town and village. We need to work with the school district. They've always been fabulous. They've talked to us. They will make it happen. It may be jumbled, but they will help us make it happen. So we thank them for that. Also, a lot of times things happen in these crises. People go out of work for short periods of time, maybe longer periods of time. But we've had business closures during the first 10 weeks. But the village and the town both went out for bids on paving for our very short paving season and got fantastic prices. So we are looking to move ahead and have already started moving ahead on Lamoille Street here in the village. It's a short street, but it has been on the list forever. And the prices came back great, couldn't turn them down. So that work is actually started this week. So for all those other streets that are on the list, Lamoille had to get done first. So everybody else moves up one. We are working through keeping our buildings clean and disinfected, our employees safe, our public safe. And we would ask that when people are out in public, they do and or have the opportunity to ever be near someone within 6 feet, please wear a mask. And then I could just take questions.
Thanks, Evan. Does anyone have questions for Evan?
Evan, can I ask you, is the communication with the state, would you characterize it, and this is not meant as a criticism, I'm just curious, is it one way or two way? In other words, is the state just saying, here's what everybody's got to do, or are they trying to get some feedback from communities about, well, what's going on there? Can you just give me a little sense of that?
I know that behind the scenes, they are taking comments from everybody.
Okay.
I know that the department, of you name the department, they are taking people's comments and their thoughts. We never truly know what the governor is going to do the day he does it until maybe the night before when the rumor just gets out. And so there's a lot of speculation. It has been difficult to, at least in the early stages, to anticipate where the state is going, but I think now it is kind of settled into more of a rhythm of slow release, of tightening. And so, but yeah, they're taking our comments. They just have a lot more on their plate than we could even imagine.
Okay.
And every time they come out with any change, they get bombarded with a million questions as to the what about this or what about that, because we get it. I mean, even in our little world, we make a change to one of our requirements to a department, and we spend the entire next day answering questions about what about this, or do we have this kind of cleaner? Can we get an extra cleaning? It is, so it's happening. It's just a lot for every agency that is dealing with a question.
Evan, if I may jump in, George, I can help answer that question. I'm on the receiving end of all those questions. I'm part of the Economic Mitigation and Recovery Task Force, and we work all day long, literally, answering emails from businesses. And I can give a website where you can find a lot of resources. It's accd.vermont.gov/COVID-19. And that's the Resource Recovery Center for the state. It completely, it gives information for individuals, businesses, and communities. The communities page is in the process of being updated with a great deal of information that the Community Recovery Task Force has compiled. I can point you to more specific stuff if you have questions, but Evan is right. Every time new guidance comes out, we are bombarded with more questions, and we answer every single one of them individually. So it's a heavy lift. And the guidance that comes out from the governor tends to be on a Friday afternoon, the big change of the week, and then it promulgates the following week. And so there will be announcements tomorrow as well, possibly on Friday as well. So the pace is picking up, but there's opportunities to comment.
I wish you would do it on Thursday.
Pardon me?
I really wish you would do it on Thursday.
So would we.
So it is what it is.
So I can attest to how hard they're working.
Yeah. I hope I answered your question, George.
Yep, good. Thanks. Thank you both. Thank you, Elaine.
Does any select board members have any questions for Evan on COVID-19?
And can I make one last comment? I want to thank our citizens. I think a vast majority of our citizens, if not, have been great. I mean, we put out guidance, they followed it. Yes, we've had some teenagers do this, that, or the other thing, or wish somebody went to the store with a mask on. But in general, people have generally been well behaved. I think the weather's cooperated by being crappy. Or bad enough that people have not exploded out onto the streets and into the parks. But overall, they've been great. Our people have followed our guidance and stayed safe. Now it's starting to be time to get back to work, and we hope they continue to practice that safe distancing, hand washing, and patience.
Andy, I got a question.
Hi, Andy, go ahead.
I wasn't sure whether to save this for the select board meeting because there's a comment in the reading file about leashing at Indian Brook. And I guess my question is whether the intent is to keep people away from people or to keep dogs away from people. There's folks that have been commenting that dogs can't carry the virus, but it's my understanding that I thought that it was to keep the dog owners away from each other. so that if you're on a leash, it's easier to do social distancing than if your dog's not?
Yeah.
Is that the case, or what's the story there?
I can take. We have from the beginning followed CDC guidelines and other recommendations from the CDC and the Vermont Health Department. They have put out guidance that dogs should be leashed. It is to keep, so when the dog goes up to people, then the owner of the dog has to go retrieve the dog, and that puts them within the social distancing. Also, with dogs on dogs, the owners have to go in and get them back out. So that is what we're all trying to do. And we have other issues up at Indian Brook as well, with people not picking up after their dogs. So when their dogs aren't on leashes and they are roaming, they are not picking up after them. But mainly it is social distancing and the interaction when dogs get near other dogs and other people.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought was the case. I just wanted to have it said in a meeting so people could hear it. Thank you. I may bring it up during the select board meeting because the person who asked the question may come to the select board meeting and not this one. So
that's fine. That's fine. I appreciate it. Thanks for the heads up. We have it up on the screen currently, so just in case people are watching.
Andrew, do any of you or the trustees have questions about COVID?
I do not, and I was just going to ask the trustees if they did. Thank you so much for that transition.
Sorry.
That's all good. Perfect timing. Does not sound like there are.
With the board's indulgence, that we have a member of the public who was not able to submit their question at the time when we asked for public comment, but it does appear to be related to COVID-19. Margaret Smith, if you're present still, would you like to ask your question? I believe it had to do with voting.
It actually had to do with your voting, because when you say anyone in favor say aye, if everybody answers at once, do you know who's answering? Because I can't tell who's answering.
That's a good question. I can see a little circle around the names and faces of the individuals who speak, but also I ask if there's anybody opposed so that I can understand if anyone's voting against. So I have a pretty good idea of who's voting.
Yeah.
Elaine, this is Greg. Can I just jump in on that too?
Certainly.
So as Elaine mentioned, if somebody votes no, that's what's when a roll call is required for electronic meetings or remote meetings for Robert's rules. So at that point, if it's not unanimous, that's when you go through and figure out how each person voted.
Okay, that makes more sense. I just was going, who voted? Who voted? So, thanks.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, next agenda item. Discuss how to help local businesses during pandemic. Evan and Andrew, I believe this is going to be your discussion item to share with us.
Actually, it's I'll start this off. So George Tyler brought the idea and issue to me about how the village could village and or the town help our businesses, restaurants and businesses through COVID-19, because obviously we all watch the news. If bars and restaurants are going to open, they're going to lose a big chunk of seating capacity to distancing. And so the idea, at least for tonight, for the board, select board and joint board is and the village board just met about this. Do we want to help in some way, shape or form, those businesses, as we've done to the food banks a couple of weeks ago, with a type of program where we help them if they need outdoor seating? Obviously, we need to do a bunch of things. And the town is somewhat different than the village center, but a lot of our the restaurants in the town outside the village are in shopping center type atmosphere where they have private parking lots, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of them have never been set up to do outdoor seating. And so there are rules and regulations that are going to need to be reviewed. Outdoor seating requirements, any outdoor liquor permits and licensing, but also whether the select board wants to work with the village board on a program where we pay for and provide tables with umbrellas and stuff outside so that they and their patrons can use them during the warm 6 days of summer, couple weeks, 6 weeks, 8 weeks of summer, so that they can get on their feet and survive losing upwards of, you hear the stories, 50% of their seating due to spacing. And I'd turn it over to George and let him take it over from there.
Okay, thanks.
George, did I catch a lot of that?
Yeah, you did. You thanks. That's very good. And we started this really when businesses come back online as they're allowed to do. The one type of establishment that's really going to be singled out here are eating and drinking establishments. And just for the just to understand, in Essex Junction we have 30 restaurants, and I haven't counted them all in the town. You're not quite at that level, but you've got quite a few. And I think there is opportunity for us to work together to have a kind of a community-wide policy. As Evan said, a lot of probably about 12 of the village eating establishments are outside the village center. They have parking lots, and most of these, I think virtually all of the town eating establishments have adjacent parking lots. So working with them to help give them guidance and assistance to expand to have outdoor seating, that might be one very good project for us to work on together. The reason we had brought it up individually with the village is because a lot of the village businesses are landlocked. They have no place to expand to, and so the only place they could expand to would be sidewalk or village-owned property. So we might need to have that be kind of a separate effort, working with them one-on-one. And I'm going to ramble here, so please feel free to interrupt me at any moment. Raj and I have been looking at what's going on in other states, and we've also been looking at what's going on in Burlington. We've plagiarized some ideas from Burlington. And because you can imagine it's a very significant issue for Burlington, because they depend so much on restaurants and bars. And there's an idea that almost looks like a village street, but that's a Burlington street right there that's on the screen. And that's an appropriately socially distanced outside eating area. That's something that we could probably envision for the village center. Probably wouldn't be necessary to do something like that in the town, because they might just have a parking lot that's handy. That you had to really put a barrier around to prevent to seal it off from the street. So the idea is we'd like to, Raj and I want to keep pressing ahead with this on the village, and we'd probably invite one or two members of the select board if someone wants to. Don't have to. But we're going to press ahead at least and work and try to do something, come up with some kind of a policy for village businesses, and we would invite and encourage the select board to get involved with us in some way. I'll leave it there and open it up. And Raj, did I miss anything, or do you have anything you want to add to this?
I think you did great, George. I mean, we have a survey out asking village establishments, businesses, what they might find useful, challenges they're facing, and how the village municipality might be able to help them. That's the only thing I'd add. But the documents there, it's
pretty straightforward.
And I'll add one last thing. I want to emphasize, and I said this before, we take the pandemic, this is very, very serious, this pandemic. It's killed 65,000 people already. It's not going to go away soon. And so this is not an effort on our part whatsoever to get around the guidelines or to try to short circuit things. I mean, we take it very seriously, and anything we do would have to be with that in mind. We're not trying to put the public in harm's way. But on the other hand, we are mindful of the fact that at least, particularly in Essex Junction around the village center, we could, you know, a lot of these places have been shut down for 2 months and they've got bills to pay. And when they come back online, they're only going to be allowed to do half the business that they formerly did. So if we can help them and do it in a safe way, we really want to try to do that. I'll stop there.
And for both boards, so we have put together some people. We had the community development director of the village, community development director of the town. We had Brad Luck, Allie Vile, others sitting in on some idea meetings. And we really think the best way to go with this is a unified type of program, town and village working together, town and village funding together to do things like maybe, you know, some businesses have never had outdoor seating, so they've never bought tables for the outside. Maybe they need a picnic table. Maybe that, you know, we can do some branding with some umbrellas, you know, that say Essex or whatever they say on it to provide some color. Maybe they just need us to relax a zoning requirement for this summer. So we really just want to be coherent together so that when people say, hey, I'm a local business, what do I need? There aren't 2 or 3 different standards. And we may be looking for some funding. Actually, strike the word maybe. We would like to look for some funding for the being able to purchase tables, purchase umbrellas, work with the businesses, and make sure they are able to social distance their guests and their workers and stay in business.
Yeah, let me jump one last comment there. Just with that, Evan. Robin contacted CVE, and they have lots of tables that they can loan us. They'd be happy to loan us, but they need to be brought in at night. They can't be left out. So that would be a responsibility. You know, that might make it tricky. But so there are lots of resources. Part of the issue is it's just information. 2 things: gathering information from the businesses, number one, and also getting some. We feel that the state is on the verge of giving us some guidance, but you know, it seems like we know where they're headed. It would be strange if they headed in a completely different direction than every other state in New England and New York and New Jersey, but we don't know. But we kind of assume that they'll be heading where other states are heading, which is to reduce the seating capacity for most bars and restaurants.
Select board members, questions or comments?
Yeah, Pat here.
Go right ahead, Pat.
Sure. I think it's a great idea. George, Raj, really impressive thoughts putting it together, gathering it all up. I'd be happy to volunteer as a select board member, you know, to reach out to town businesses if you need it. My school board term comes to an end in 3 weeks as soon as they finally get that vote done. So I should have some time to help out with that. I'm thinking that certainly there are a lot of town restaurants that will have their own seating places, but certainly up at like the Essex outlets, you know, there are those businesses that are in there that are going to have some struggles that don't really have a place to expand. So yeah, I mean, the outreach in those areas as well. I can think of 1 or 2 other hot spots, maybe like JP's Deli. I'm thinking, you know, where they're just right out in the parking lot like that. So yeah, I'd be happy to help out.
Okay, thanks. Great.
Hey, this is Vince Franco. Quick question.
Go ahead, Vince.
So how are we establishing the guidelines of safe social distancing in a outdoor eatery? That's just, I just want to know like how that's being defined.
Vince, I think what's going to happen, again, what I'm thinking is that the state is probably going to tell us. They'll when they say restaurants can come back online and you can have outdoor seating, I'm assuming that that's going to be part of the package. But they're going to say you have to keep, 10 feet between tables or something like that, and you can only have seating with people who know each other. I don't really know what their guidance is going to be. We can't really say right now. But we would be looking to them to provide to tell us what the information is.
I think Vince, we're kind of assuming we don't want to be doing this work in 3 weeks when they finally open the restaurants. We're sort of making a best guess that the dining rooms are going to be anywhere between 50 and 75% shut down. And
gotcha.
The businesses that can make it through that, what can we do and how can we? And I would also like to add, I guess, too, and we're talking about restaurants and bars and everything, but many of these things, any of these efforts may also extend to other businesses. So if in one of the ideas we had, we're just tossing around, is if we closed a portion of a street to help with some outdoor seating, there may be opportunities for other businesses to come down and do other retail. But anytime you put a table out on a sidewalk, especially in the village center, you're now forcing people to find some place to walk 6 to 10 feet away from the people that are seated. And that is going to mean walking in the street, which is going to likely mean reducing parking, which is one of the big differences between a lot of the establishments up in the town outside the village in the Essex Center area and the village downtown. So kind of why some of these ideas are in that document and may look a little extreme, but when you drill down into what the reality is of putting 3 or 4 tables, let's say, Martone's adds some and they add some on Railroad Street, maybe even, I can't think of anywhere else right now, but anybody that was a pedestrian now has to walk a good ways away from around those people on the sidewalk. So some of these ideas may seem a little out there, but when you really kind of map out what the picture may look like, it may start to make a little more sense.
All right, thank you. Sorry, my cat knocked over a glass. I'll be right back.
Raj and George, I really appreciate your proactive thinking on this, and especially getting this information gathered and tested before the restaurants are allowed to open, so that there's something they can look forward to being able to implement to help them out. And that you're looking at best practices in other towns. I really appreciate that. My one question is in regard to street closures. I get the need to use parking, especially along Main Street and Railroad Ave. I'm wondering about the, in particular, the bypass between Veterans Park and TD Bank. Is that not the only way that you can turn onto Lincoln Street from Main Street? And is there really, I'm concerned that if that's blocked off, even though traffic is low now, businesses will be opening gradually, people will be returning to work gradually, so traffic will increase gradually, and that particular little spur sees quite a bit of action. So I'm wondering about your thoughts there.
I don't think we were just trying to identify a bunch of spots around the village center. I mean, the specifics of that one spot, I don't know. Anything that we finally recommend doing, we would have to make sure Robin would have to let us know that we're allowed to do at this state, because some places we can close, some streets we can't, and would have to sort of really investigate the ramifications of anything that we do. That was just a spot that I think if you really want to, if you're really coming down Main Street and you're really desperate to go over to Lincoln Street, you can make a hairpin turn at 5 corners, or you can anticipate it and make the current turn before you get to 5 corners. So I don't know, but we're just throwing out ideas right now. We're trying to think that particular spot occurred to me because it might provide some extra seating for the establishments on that side of Main Street, going up Main Street and around the corner onto Railroad.
Thanks, George.
The other idea there too is it may just be these may just be weekend hits where traffic might be a little bit lower. But you're absolutely right. You know, we're opening more, and businesses will open before people go back to work, probably before these restaurants were open. So some of these things may not be possible.
Thanks, Raj.
Andy's
Pat,
got his
you
hand up.
indicated you have a question.
Yeah, this is actually more for Evan. If there are restaurants that don't yet have, but might then need an outdoor liquor consumption permit, I realize that sitting on the, or acting as the Board of Liquor Control, I'm not actually familiar with the process really from start to finish. Is there anything that we could do that could assist in like fast tracking that for them, or is it just for them effectively a form that they just need to get filled out? Like, can we approach them and say, hey, you'll have a priority, or just thinking of, as much red tape as we might, be able to cut down for businesses that want to do that, the better.
Appreciate the question. We met just today, Greg and Oiso and I, about being proactive with our restaurants and bars about what they might be thinking so that we can guide them into those steps. The town is the liquor commission. A lot of our businesses have established outdoor seating or outdoor liquor consumption plans, but they may be looking to expand it. And so we're looking at it, is that something that could be done administratively, where we look at their plan and approve it, because it's generally fitting the guidelines that were set before. Is it something that we could be proactive and get to them, see a plan, and bring it to the select board for approval? Some approvals, if they did not do liquor service before, they have to go to the state Department of Liquor Control as well. So there are some parts that we're not in control of and some where we are. So we're just trying to be proactive, but we did meet today with community development to get out there, meet with these businesses, and see what they're thinking, both now, maybe second phase, third phase, and try to be a resource for them on what they may need and how to navigate the permit process. And that's another reason why we wanted to bring this up tonight, so that you guys all knew there was a lot of intricacies with outdoor seating, parking. Sometimes our restaurants don't own the land that they're on, so they have to go to a landlord. And then we've had zoning requirements for how many parking spots are supposed to be available and drive aisles. And then you've got the police, fire department. Are they going to take the tables in at night? Are they going to chain them? There's a lot of details that go into outdoor seating, and the law as it currently is. And I'm sure, I know the chief is on Teams tonight. There are some issues with people serving alcohol and where people are drinking that alcohol while they're waiting for food. So we are trying to work through a lot of issues and trying to be business friendly. And then one of the, back to the thing for the select board is, how do we use public funds to help business survive these times and be a resource to them? And so we're all learning something new every day. And that's why we wanted the discussion here at a joint meeting.
Thanks, Evan. Andy, we haven't heard from you on this. Do you have questions or comments?
Yeah, I've been putting my hand up, but you don't see me unless I make a noise.
Right, sorry.
Right, so, yeah, no, not a problem, not a problem. So a question I was going to ask is whether we know what the kitchen social distancing requirements are. So these establishments may not be able to go to full staffing either, and whether that it would play into the question of whether they want to have expanded seating or not. I know my experience lately with going for takeout, which I've been trying to do to support local businesses, is it's an hour wait generally almost anywhere you go. and part of that is because the number of people that are getting takeout, but it's also partly because of the number of staff they have on. And so I think that plays into is if they can't fully staff their kitchen, they may not be able to support the expanded seating. Just putting that out there. The other thing is, I know Raj has mentioned other businesses. It might sound silly, but nail salons and barbershops, have been closed as well, and a lot of us are getting shaggy. Not me, but others maybe.
Shots fired, Andy. Not anymore.
Looking at you, Patrick. Yeah, but I'm not saying that we should set up a barber chair in the middle of the street somewhere, but it's a question of fairness to all businesses, and whether I know we're talking about restaurants and bars here, but as Raj said, if we're going to go down this road, I think we need to figure out, try to be creative to help others too, if it's something that we can do. I don't know. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Andy. Was there any, is this something, Evan, that you're going to go back with staff and do some more thinking and come back to us with more concrete plans? So this was just a discussion at the moment?
Yeah, and also if the request came to the select board for some funding, would that be something the select board would at least entertain? That's kind of, we don't want to create hopes and dreams and then not have a funding source. It's a tough thing to ask you.
I'm certain the select board would entertain the conversation and discuss what you have in mind. So I wouldn't turn it away out of hand, but we would want to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy?
Yeah, I'd like to know where the money's coming from, right? Where are we taking it from?
Right.
I mean, we've already taken, and we're going to talk more again later about taking some of our fund balance to use for nonprofits. So I just want to know where we intend to have the funds come from, and what we're not going to do if we do this.
Sure. And Sarah and I and others have had conversations of where we feel the town is going to end this year, and where we are headed next year. And so we will have those numbers, but we are confident that if we'll either have it from current operation savings, or we can look at reserves, but we are pretty confident we will end this fiscal year with savings, mainly due to police vacancies that will not be filled by the end of the year.
Okay, well, when you're ready, bring it up and we'll happily have the conversation.
Andy, you look like you were going to say something.
Yeah, I was.
I'm not running the meeting, but I saw it.
Yeah, because I was the last one to speak. I'm still on the screen. I also want to make sure we keep the discussion in context of our anticipation of the potential lack of tax collection this fall.
Yeah.
I don't want to shortchange ourselves with a feel-good thing that we're doing. If it's, and I know we're probably not talking large amounts of money for supporting businesses. I'm assuming we're not talking,
If you'd like
yeah.
If you'd like a number, I'm thinking somewhere in the $20,000-$25,000 range. Townwide.
Right. Okay, and just as long as we're all convinced it doesn't shortchange us in the fall when we have to make the village and the school district whole, and the town potentially may not be.
We'll raid the ACCD office and see if we can find some money in their seat cushions.
Yeah, I've got some in my desk drawer. If only I were allowed to be there.
Yeah. So, yes, and thank you, Andy. We do take that very seriously. We don't want to rob Peter to pay Paul, but we do want to be out there helping our local businesses, not just restaurants and bars, but if we can find ways to help other businesses as well, we want to be there for them. And
Yeah, Patrick
we had that
needs a
kind of-
haircut.
He absolutely does need a haircut, but coming from another follically challenged guy.
Yeah, I cut my own hair this week. So.
And you know, on tonight's meeting is Awiso. I think you can all see her. She's in the queue. We had a very good conversation today. We also want to look
Hi,
at
everyone.
this, as a way to reach out to the business community and restart a relationship with them and find out their needs.
Yeah.
Not only during this crisis, but hopefully they all survive and afterwards.
Oh, I volunteer to get my hair cut in the middle of Five Corners, like first.
Okay.
You know, it's the opening up of Essex, right? They can put a barber chair out there.
Well, you should talk to Raj, because Raj just did a self trim. I don't know if Raj is on the screen, but he did a great job.
Yeah. I cut my own too.
I love this conversation, but we have a long way to go, folks.
I was just going to cut in and see if I'm just going to cut in and ask if any other trustees had any other comments on this.
Thanks, Andrew.
You got it. Doesn't sound like there are any other trustees.
Oh, sorry, Andrew. Go ahead.
Doesn't sound like there are any other comments from trustees.
Thank you.
And at this time, we should also leave a few moments to for the public. Does the public have anything to questions or comments on the topic? I see we have a request for a comment from Annie. Please go ahead, Annie Cooper.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thanks. I just wanted to support Andy's thought too, that while considering funds, that we have to deeply understand that sorry about my dog, that money's not going to be flowing for taxes for the following year. So I just wanted to support Andy's statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Are there any other members of the public that wish to comment? Okay. Okay. Going down through the agenda, we have an executive session coming up. However, we're going to do that at the end of the joint meeting, which is usually our practice. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we had asked to bring consent item B, 6B, and 6C out as business items. So I guess the next topic would be 6B, appointing Chittenden Solid Waste District representatives.
I can speak to that. This is Greg.
So the town and the village both have representatives and alternates to the Chittenden Solid Waste District Board. Those terms end at the end of this month. For the village, Alan Nye is the representative and George Tyler is the alternate. Alan's also the representative for the town of Essex, with Max Levy as the alternate. Alan is willing to re-up and continue his position as the representative for both the town and the village. Max Levy wants to step down as alternate for the town. George is willing to continue for Essex Junction, but I believe he wants to offer the opportunity up to anybody else who might want to step up as well, but I will let George speak to that.
Yeah. Can I jump in here? Is that this good? Okay.
For it.
I mean that sincerely. I'm very happy to continue, and I also want to express gratitude, as we all should, to Al for continuing. Al started as a CSWD member back when he was on the select board, and he just is so good at it and so well informed about it, and represents us all so well. It's great that he's willing to continue. But I do want to say this is equal to the Regional Planning Commission in terms of an important off-the-board appointment for both the trustees and the select board. CSWD is really a very important municipal, it's a municipality actually that serves all of Chittenden County, and the board of directors is made up of elected board members from the communities it serves. And so I would just urge, I hate to put it this way, but some of our newer or younger board members who may not be familiar with CSWD, if you want to, someone wants to take my spot on the trustees and someone wants to volunteer to be an alternative for the select board, it really is a valuable thing. And right now, Al does all the heavy lifting. You don't really have to go to meetings, and rarely, occasionally, Al misses a meeting. But it would be a good opportunity to maybe go to a couple of meetings with Al and learn about what goes on there. It's quite an operation they have, and Al could mentor you. And so I just would encourage someone. I'm very happy to give up my spot, but very happy to keep it. But I would also urge my fellow colleagues on the select board to consider serving as an alternative for the town as well. Thanks. That's all I have to say.
George, what kind of time commitment do they meet monthly or?
Yes, they meet monthly, and it's like a 2-hour meeting, and they have like sandwiches and drinks and pretty good stuff to eat. And they really
that's the way to sell it with food, for sure.
Yeah, it is. And you know, they usually meet in Williston. It's not too bad. It's pretty pleasant, and it's a really interesting group of people. And they really have some challenging stuff they have to deal with, particularly in terms of, recycling. I mean, just as an example, and I'm sorry digressing, but just 2 years ago, China was taking all of the recycled paper in the United States, and then all of a sudden they catastrophically said, we're not taking any more. And so it just hit all of the recycling centers all over the country. And so CSWD had to really shuffle and find ways to cope and deal with rates and what were they going to do. So they really do have a lot of challenging stuff about what to do with recycled materials, what to do with waste. Landfill space is at a premium. I mean, there's no place to put the stuff, and so they really do appreciate the brain power on the board to help them work through these things. So it's a pretty good gig.
I'm happy to take the alternate position, George. I know you want to kind of give some stuff up, and so I'm happy to help out if that.
All right, Am.
I know nothing about it, so I'm going to go in totally blind.
All right.
I'd be happy to join you, Amber. I actually spoke to Elaine yesterday and said I'd be happy to volunteer for the select board position. So certainly, if Vince or Andy would prefer or, also have interest, then I'm willing to step down. But like I said earlier, my school board position is up in 3 weeks. So I'm looking to find something else to kind of dig into and learn. So I would love to take up that alternate position for the select board side.
Wonderful. Thank you, both of you.
Yep, this is great. Do you want to go first for the select board, Elaine?
Sure.
I just have one comment.
Absolutely.
It's Andy. George, you said an elected board. I think it's an appointed board.
It's an appointed board, right? Sorry, it's an appointed board. That's usually virtually most of the people on the board are elected officials in their communities. So they're from the select boards, trustees, or council, whatever, in their respective communities. And I'm sorry I tangled that up, but it doesn't have to be. The municipalities can appoint anyone they want, but most of the people there are elected officials.
Unless another select board member is interested in volunteering to be the alternate for the town of Essex to the CSWD, I'll take a motion to nominate Pat Murray.
I make a motion that the select board appoint Ellen Nye as the town of Essex representative to the CSWD Board of Commissioners with Patrick Murray as the alternate.
Thanks, Andy. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Vince. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Congratulations, Patrick. You're a
And
member
thank you.
of the CSWD.
Awesome. Thank you. Amber, we can carpool.
Thank you for
Awesome.
stepping up.
Along those lines, for the trustees, was there anybody else who wanted to throw their hat in the ring? Otherwise, if someone wanted to make the motion for Alan and I and for Amber Tebow.
I will make a motion that the trustees approve Alan Nye as the representative and Amber Tebow as the alternate for the Essex Junction, Village of Essex Junction on the board of the CSWD.
I'll second that.
Thank you, George. Thank you, Raj. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody
And
opposed?
I'll add one last comment for Amber and Pat. You don't have to wait. You can go anytime if you just let Al know you're coming, just to go to if you just want to go to a meeting. He's happy to have you come. The alternates can show up at a meeting anytime you want. You don't have to. It's not like he has to not be there.
Okay, so that motion passed. That motion passes unanimously. So thank you, Amber. Really appreciate that. Thank you, George, for also your years as an alternate on that board as well. And of course, thanks to Alan.
All right, the last remaining business item before we need to go into executive session, I believe, is to approve the updated joint meeting schedule, which we've moved out of the consent agenda into business items. Andy, I believe you had some discussion you'd like to have about that?
Yeah, it's there's two things that are happening here. One is an extension of the joint meeting schedule for another month, so that the continuation of the schedule, but it also changes all of the meetings to start with the trustees. And I'm concerned that residents who want to attend the select board meeting are then always forced to come to the later portion of the meeting. And I know one of the issues here was that I had limitations with regard to starting earlier, given that if we put it back the way it was, where the select board went first for the second meeting of the month, I'm perfectly willing to change my work schedule so that I can accommodate that earlier start time. I know we had also, that Annie also had a restriction for start time, and I don't know if Patrick, you're okay with 6:30 or not, but I'd like to propose that we keep the alternating schedule that we had before, so that Essex town residents aren't always forced to come to the last portion of the meeting. And it's yeah. And if I know select board meetings can tend to run longer than trustee meetings, and it's difficult for the trustees to sit through a lot of our drivel. But I think it is a little unfair to town residents to put the select board meeting late always. So I'd like to propose that we keep the order the same as it had been with the second meeting of the month having the select board go first.
Thanks, Sandy.
And move the start time to 6:30 consistently. Yeah.
Okay, so you're proposing the second Tuesday of each month, the second Tuesday
fourth
meeting.
Tuesday. Yeah, right. Previously, we had the first meeting of the month, which is the second Tuesday, the trustees went first, and then for the fourth Tuesday of the month, which is the second meeting of the month, the select board was going first, and we were starting later. I'm proposing that we move the start time to 6:30 consistently, but keep the alternating order so that town residents aren't always forced to come to the late meeting.
Thanks for restating that so clearly. Other board members, other select board members?
Yeah, I think Andy brings up a great point. We're looking at 8:15 now. If consistently town residents want to come and then sit through a select board meeting, by the time we get out of executive session, we're considering 9 o'clock maybe. I can absolutely see Andy's point, and I would agree with him that alternating it, trustees on the 2nd and then select board on the 4th or whatever it was before. I'm more than happy to do that. I can make 6:30 consistently.
Vince?
Yeah, I agree with Pat and Andy. I think it's a good move.
Andrew, is that something that the trustees would be willing to consider?
My only ask would be in terms of agendas, as they are being developed, when the select board has a meeting to, I'm sure this isn't going to happen next week or the next time that we meet, if there are items such as potentially contentious ones, that something in particular happened to schedule a specific meeting for it. I remember the first Indian Brook conversation, was it? Or the housing, the recovery housing meeting. The Indian Brook, as well as the one just this past week that's in our minutes about the food shelf funding assistance, where the joint meeting then didn't start until approximately 9 o'clock. And then we had our meeting after that, which didn't end until almost 11 o'clock at night. So my only ask would be is when those agendas are created, that those could be special meetings in and of themselves, so that way when we have joint meetings, our unique board items could be more routine in nature, and then the joint meetings can be more substance. That would be my only request.
I can certainly understand why you're asking that. Sometimes it's difficult to tell on the agenda what business item is going to be the contentious item of the day. And so I would like the flexibility to talk with Evan and Greg about that as time progresses and as we go along.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's a learning curve for all of us.
Mm.
Any other trustees?
Yeah, I'll agree with Andrew. I think that I would just, and I think it obviously for both of us, I think if we anticipated something that was really we thought was gonna require a pretty long discussion, and we're gonna try to squeeze it into the middle of a 1/2 hour, 30-minute trustee meeting with public to be heard and a COVID-19 update and approving the consent agenda. We really think our way through, it leaves maybe 10 minutes to discuss something that we anticipate is going to, require a 1/2 hour or 45 minutes of discussion. Then I'd say, I would suggest, the trustees would want to delay that, put that on another agenda. And I understand what you're saying, Elaine. You just can't predict everything that's going to be controversial. I get that totally, but I mean, I would kind of support what Andrew was saying, but I don't have any problem with alternating. It seems reasonable to me and it seems fair, particularly since we're going to start all the meetings at 6:30.
Right.
Yeah, this is Raj.
Can I chime in?
Question. Wondering if presumably these next 6 meetings will be on Teams. We're going to be doing this electronically, I'm assuming. Is there a requirement that says that we have to meet consecutively? Why couldn't the trustees meet simultaneously? Why couldn't we be doing a trustee and a select board meeting staffed by one or the other? I just don't, we might be looking at another minute taker, but to be honest with you, at least during this time where we're using these virtual meetings, there really shouldn't be a reason we couldn't do them simultaneously. And then convene for the joint meeting after.
I think if there was a town resident who also lived in the village and wanted to go to both meetings or had comments in both meetings, it might provide a little bit of a challenge there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is Greg. If I can jump in, I'll second Vince. I was going to mention that as well. Another possibility or challenge, and I hear everybody respect the concerns about contentious meetings and trying to keep us efficient. If one of the concerns is trying to be available for the public too, it helps to have a consistent schedule as opposed to, especially for contentious items, saying you're going to have a contentious item on a random off Tuesday or random Thursday or whatever it's going to be. So just ask that we keep that in mind as well.
Sure.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, everybody. And there is also, there are other Tuesdays in the month if necessary.
I think Andy has his hand up.
Yeah, can I just make another comment? And I know, Greg and Evan, this is a potential burden on you if we go back to adding additional meetings, and that's I gotta trying to figure out how to. I don't know how do we avoid that if there's this concern about the length of any given meeting. So I don't know what to do with the staff impact of agreeing to add additional meetings. I mean, that's what we're trying to get around by doing this during this COVID period.
Quick question, if I can address Andy.
Of course, go ahead, Vince.
Hey, Andy, what do you think about if we were to try this alternating schedule, and the trustees can probably chime in on this too. If we were to try the alternating schedule, but it gets too contentious or we're running over all the time, maybe we go back and amend the schedule again out of fairness to them.
It's only 6 meetings, so I don't know, by the time we figure it out, we supposedly will be out of it, but and the existence theorem is that the last meeting we had, that's exactly what happened. We went way long. So.
I think if perhaps Andrew and I and Evan and Greg, when we are building the agendas for our meetings, if we could make judicious use of the consent agenda, and if we could make sure that all materials for each meeting are ready to go when the packets are complete, so that we're not getting extra materials over the course of a couple days that make board members have to look up more information. And if we work very hard to make sure that what's on the agenda is really what needs to be on the agenda, with those accommodations in mind, I think we can, at least for the next 6 meetings, do our best to not extend the period of time we're meeting so much that one board is waiting for a very long time. I think we just kind of have to trust each other to make this work for this temporary time, and then hopefully by the end of July, we will be allowed to meet in person again.
I think that all makes perfect sense, Elaine.
Yep. Agreed.
Andrew, can I just make a quick comment?
Yes, you may.
So one other thing that I don't know if it's helpful or not, but as we're reading packets in anticipation of a meeting, and we know personally, I mean, I know I've done this a couple of times with Andrew myself, where I've emailed him and said, hey, I just want to give you a heads up. I've got some serious concerns about this, i.e. this is going to drag on for a period of time. That if you get those kinds of emails and you know you're going to have some serious discussion, then maybe you can pull it from that agenda and put it on the next agenda, just in anticipation of that. Just a suggestion.
Appreciate that, Amber. It's very similar to what we did with the village voting along with the school district and having a special meeting just for that purpose. As I had assumed it was going to be lengthy and didn't want to take up too much time. Plus, it was kind of timely. So I think we're good with that change.
So yeah, do we need to move to approve this new schedule?
I'll make an attempt at it.
Sure.
So we already have an approved schedule for May and June, right? So I make a motion that we extend the joint meeting schedule into the month of July with the same order of meeting times or meeting
Meeting order.
The same meeting order with all meetings starting at 6:30 p.m.
Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thanks, Vince. Any further discussion? All those in favor in the select board, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay.
Trustees.
I won't attempt to repeat it, but I will make the same motion as Andy.
Second.
Well done, George. Thank you, and thank you, Amber. There's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you all.
Can I ask that we pause for just a moment so if anybody from the public would wish to weigh in, realizing, of course, that we've already voted, but if anyone has comments. Seeing none, all that remains in the consent agenda is to approve the minutes of the April 28th, 2020 meeting. Would anyone from the select board like to move to approve the minutes?
I move that we. Oh,
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. I move that we approve the meeting minutes from April 28th, 2020.
Thank you, Vince. Is there a second?
Second.
That was Andy?
Yes, it was Andy.
Thank you, Andy. Any further discussion? All those in favor on the select board of approving the minutes of April 28th, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
And trustees, would someone like to make a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
I'll move that we approve the minutes of the April 28th.
I'll give that one to Dan. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
I think Raj said that one.
Yep.
I'm going to give that to Raj. Any
All
further
favor.
discussion? All those in favor of the motion, please go ahead and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Passed unanimously.
Okay. Our next item is to move into executive session or reading file. Does anyone have any comments on the reading file? And then we will take a motion to move into executive session.
I have comments not specific to the reading file, but just for the public itself. We're going to be stuffing ballots this week to get the ballots mailed out for all voters for the EWSD vote, and that includes all village residents as part of the village vote. I'll be in the clerk's office along with some other volunteers from the Board of Civil Authority on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday of this week. And I believe that the hope is to get those mailed out on Monday. So I think now's a good time to just have it on the record when we can expect our citizens to start looking for those to come in the mail.
Pat, do you need any assistance with envelope stuffing? Because all select board members are members of the Board of Civil Authority and can assist with that.
I didn't do the outreach. Susan McNamara had asked for some volunteers, and I think that she has what she needs now, although she had anticipated getting ballots earlier than I think she is actually getting them. They're coming in later in the week than she had wanted. So she had mentioned something in her latest email about possibly needing some additional hands. I'll touch base with her and see if there's any need for more volunteers to come in. As it is right now, we have people divided up into morning and afternoon shifts to just be putting envelopes together. So, hopefully between I think there are about 10 or so volunteers off the top of my head from what I saw of the schedule. So hopefully we can get all those set and mailed out for Monday next week.
Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
I got a question along on that topic.
Go right ahead.
So just to be clear, all registered voters are going to get a ballot or get the appropriate ballots. Is that correct?
All active voters will receive
okay.
a ballot for the school district vote.
Which means your registration has not been challenged.
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly right. And those individuals whose registration has been challenged is typically those who have not voted in multiple elections, or if the clerk has reason to believe that you may have moved out of state or out of your current residence via property transfer or death certificate for some reason. So it's a small number of individuals, but we're trying to stress that that is an important distinction. So if there's any question about whether or not you are considered to be an active voter or not, it's just a good idea to check on the Secretary of State's website. They have that information up on the web.
Thank you.
Andrew, I've got a quick comment.
Go ahead, Raj.
It's not really in the reading file, but on May 28th, Essex Experience has been kind enough to host a Red Cross blood drive all day. If anybody is a blood donor or wants to become a blood donor, I'll be putting some information out in all the usual places, social media and elsewhere. If you're an experienced blood donor, you can go to the Red Cross website and sign up for a slot on May 28th. The building at the Essex Experience is TBA as we get closer to the businesses opening and the renovations that can restart. The company has promised to make a suitably large space available for an appropriate social distance event. Just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Raj. Appreciate that.
Come and watch me turn gray and pass out.
Next year. Excuse me.
You wouldn't be alone there, Vince. Don't worry. Were there any other board member comments for tonight? I think the trustees are all set.
Andrew, would you like to move first to move into executive session?
I would love to entertain a motion to move into executive session.
So moved.
Okay.
For the executive session, I think we usually have this a little more formal than just so moved.
I'll make the motion, okay?
Great.
I move that the trustees make the specific finding that premature general public knowledge of the town and village's position concerning labor relations agreements with employees would place the town and village at a substantial disadvantage.
Great, thank you for that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dan. And so we have that first motion on the table. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? Great. And now, George, if you want to continue that second motion.
Yep, I move that the trustees enter into executive session to discuss employment of public employees and labor relations agreements with employees pursuant to 1 VSA 313A3 and 1 VSA 313A1B to include the select board, unified manager, deputy manager, and human resource director.
Please add the police chief to that as well.
And the police chief,
Thank you.
chief of the Essex Police.
Thanks, Greg. You beat me to it.
Thank you, George, for the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Raj, I think that was you. Thank you, Raj.
Yes.
Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, go ahead and signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Thank you. Passed unanimously.
Can I have a similar motion from the select board, please?
I move that the select board make the specific finding that premature general public knowledge of the town and village's position concerning labor relation agreements with employees would place the town and village at a substantial disadvantage.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Vince, would you mind making the second motion?
Not at all. I move that the Select Board enter into executive session to discuss employment of public employees and labor relations agreements with employees pursuant to 1 VSA 313A3 and 1 VSA 313A1B to include the trustees, Select Board, unified manager, deputy manager, HR director, and chief of police.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we're going to move into executive session, which means we are going to leave this meeting and enter the other meeting that Chief Gary started. Is that right, Greg?
That is correct, and once we are out of executive session, we will come back into the meeting that you're in right now.
Got it.
And
And
Greg,
if
that
anybody
is,
has any trouble, I can invite you in. So I'm going to jump into the executive session meeting, and if anyone's not there in a minute or so, I will send an invite to get you to join.
and trustees,
Thank you.
don't forget, we need to jump back into this meeting so we can adjourn afterwards.
trustees meeting.
Love it. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Anybody opposed? That's unanimous. Good night from the
Bye-bye,
trustees.
everybody.
Good night, trustees.
Okay, have
Thank
a
you
good
very
evening.
much.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night,
Always
Select
good
Board.
to see you.
Good night,
Likewise.
John Boy.
I see Vince, I see Andy, I don't see Pat.
I'm here.
There he is. Awesome. Shall we pick up where we left off? Or no, we're commencing a separate meeting now, aren't we?
Starting a new meeting, huh?
Are
Starting a new meeting.
9:36.
I will call the select board meeting to order. Do we have any agenda additions or changes?
We have two, Andy just got his hand up after me. We have two agenda items to share. That go with item 5B, which is the discussion about the water sewer history, water sewer budget, history of recent flows, and item 5C, an amended an amended warning for the water sewer budget.
Okay. Andy?
I'd like to pull the minutes into business for a change.
Absolutely. So item 6A is being pulled out of the consent agenda and made business item 5F.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Anything else for agenda changes? All right, can I get a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. Now we are at the part of the meeting, public to be heard. This is for people who wish to speak to the select board on items that are not on the agenda. We're going to wait about 45 seconds to see if anybody wishes to speak. And this is for items that are not on the agenda.
Hi, Elaine.
I see Ken Signorello. Would you like to speak, Ken?
I would. At the joint meeting, I heard something I would like just to double check on. It's a question more than anything else. When you were talking about helping to do some support for local businesses, Evan mentioned that there was likely to be some non-spent personnel funds from the budget, so that we were likely to have enough funds to do it. I would wonder if those are the same personnel positions that were not filled in 2019. Remember, there was about $200,000. I spoke about this at the annual meeting. I'm just kind of curious if it's the very same positions that weren't filled in 2019 that are not going to be filled in 2020.
Evan?
They are police positions. They may not be the same officers. We have officers retiring. We have vacancies. We have people coming and going. So they're in the officer ranks that are vacant. But we are not at full staff yet at the police department.
Thank you for that clarification. So I'll just reiterate what I said at the annual meeting. I'm noticing this recurring pattern of having items that are budgeted, not spent, generate feeds into the surplus, which feeds into the fund balance, which is then allocated by the select board and potentially spent by the select board eventually. And then those very same expenditures are budgeted in the next year. And I'm just finding it kind of a rotational way of bypassing the budget process. That's really just a bit of a recognition that, particularly in this case, it's the very same departmental items.
I appreciate that observation, Ken, and I want to back up what Evan is saying. Personnel change, people retire, people join staff, people drop their insurance, they change their insurance, costs vary in a variety of ways, and I truly hope that you are not really actually saying that we are intentionally leaving vacancies open so that we can pad the surplus, because that's really what it sounded
No,
like. That
I'll
is
be-
really not what's
What
happening.
I'm trying to say is, I'm seeing that there's expenditures that are budgeted. They don't happen. And naturally, and as it should, they feed the surplus, potentially the net, whichever way it happens to go that particular year. And then those same items, if they're going to be done anyway, or again in the next year, we try to do them again. In this case, fill those positions, they get budgeted, which is natural. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that. I'm simply saying that it might be nice to move that excess fund, that feed into the fund balance due to that, let's say in this case, that $200,000, it would be nice to see that moved into the next year's budget and fund those very same likely expenses, if they are the same, which it happens. I don't know how much it is, Evan, you didn't mention that. If it is in the same neighborhood, then it would certainly make sense. That's all. No, don't misunderstand me. I'm not trying to say that this is consciously being done as a way of doing it. It's just working out that way, and I'm just wondering if it's possible to move it along with the expense into the next year so that it doesn't come out of additional tax dollars. That's all.
Evan?
Ken, I don't take it as anything of, police department is a different animal because there's only two ways to get officers. One, they either come from another organization and they've gone through an academy and therefore they don't have to go to academy, or two, they are new police officers who have to go to the academy, and then we are stuck in this weird world where there are only 2 academies during the entire year and there's limited slots. And so you're never quite sure if you have a slot to take an officer, a new candidate into the academy. So we're always in this weird flux of when to fill or how to fill budgeted positions. So that's just a reality. That's why we ask our officers who are under no obligation to tell us when they're going to retire. But if they're so kind as to do that, we can do better planning. But sometimes they just, give us 3-4 weeks notice, and we then end up with a vacancy for months. And then we make do. So that's just it's not like that in other departments. But this one is tough.
And it's likely you're going to want to try to fill those in the next year. I totally understand that. I'm simply
And
saying
then what we try to do with the surplus, Ken, is try to do good projects that are capital in nature, that are not recurring, because the revenue is not recurring.
I'm done. Thank you.
Margaret Smith, you've indicated you'd like to speak.
Hi, yes, thank you, Elaine. I just wanted to comment that the new position on the select board, well, not the new, the open position on the select board was mentioned 2 weeks ago at the meeting and then posted 1 week ago. And I don't recall seeing it posted again until today. So that's 2 postings only on Front Porch Forum. And that only gives you another 2 weeks for potential candidates. I think that's a really short time frame, and I would love it if you would maybe consider extending it at least another 2 weeks. And I would like to know, are you posting that open select board seat any place besides Front Porch Forum? I know we're really kind of handicapped with missing the Essex Reporter. So.
Good questions, Margaret. Thank you. I see that Greg has put up on the screen. Greg, please feel free to share the outreach that you're doing for this position.
Sure. Was everyone able to see my email just there?
Yeah, but now we can't. The agenda's back up.
Okay. I didn't realize my email was visible. I was just trying to pull that up so I could speak to it. But anyways, yeah, Tammy Getchell, who's the assistant to the manager, sent me a list of the places today that we've posted the opening. I've done Front Porch Forum a couple of times now. Tammy's also posted it to the Essex Reporter as a paid advertisement. We've sent it out to all employees, trustees, and select board, so whatever networks they're sharing it with. It's been sent to the Burlington Free Press, sent to Champlain CSWD for posting. CCTV, Tammy's posted it to multiple Facebook pages, Downtown Essex Junction, Greater Essex 2020, the Essex Vermont Community Group, and we have news items on the town and village websites, and I also believe that the notices have been posted at 2 Lincoln Street, 81 Main Street, and I believe the libraries as well. So it's certainly out there. Tammy and I have talked a little bit about making postings once a week or so to the Facebook pages and Front Porch Forum. Certainly open to other ideas. We want to spread the word, and if people have other thoughts of where it can go, please feel free to reach out to me directly.
Thanks, Greg. And we've received so far 2 applicants, and I believe there's a number of other people interested. Margaret?
He said that they posted it to the Essex Reporter. Is that currently publishing?
Yes, they are. They're doing everything online, and as Greg said, we published it as an ad.
Okay, I had no idea they were doing it online, so I'll have to look for it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Was there anything else, Margaret?
Nope, that's it for now.
Thanks.
Dwayne.
Annie Cooper has a question.
I have a comment, please.
Thanks.
Evan and Elaine, your gracious response this evening during Public to be Heard, and your constant willingness to absorb a severe lack of kindness in situations such as that is very impressive, and I'm very grateful to you for your manner and your method of communication. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the public on items that are not on the agenda? Okay, let's jump into business item 5A, approval of first class liquor licenses. Greg?
I was muted. We have 2 more liquor licenses that have applications that have come in. One for Black Flannel Brewing Company. You've already approved them, but they have revised their outdoor consumption permit to include an additional outside consumption area. And the Sausage Shack is a new first-class liquor license. Both have been reviewed by the police and the clerk's office and recommended for approval. Happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Board members?
Andy, you got my hand up?
Andy.
So to be clear, I guess there's 2 questions. The Black Flannel, the application says 48, but the picture says 84 seats. It's the 84 seats that they're, right, they've got the patio section and the garden section?
That's correct. So
okay.
The Black Flannel, this is the revised permit, and if I can highlight it, basically in this area, it speaks to the 2 different seating areas. Both would have 42 guests. I think here's the diagram.
Yeah, the triangle's the patio, and then the garden's up at the top. Yep. Okay.
And so I think what you're looking at, Andy, we included the originally approved outdoor consumption permit.
Okay. So it's the original one that said 84. Okay.
Yeah.
Or 48. The new one says 84. Gotcha.
So that's the revision for the new outdoor consumption permit.
Okay, and then the Sausage Shack is a food truck, but this application is for them doing events at the fairgrounds. Is that?
That's correct, and they're going to be doing some catering as well.
Okay, so it's a catering event permit. They're not going to be selling in the parking lot in front of Essex Automotive.
I do not believe so. No.
Right. Okay.
Fairgrounds catering. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Pat or Vince, do you have questions about the liquor licenses?
No. No, I had the same question as Andy about the Sausage Shack. Whether or not their intent was to sell out of that food truck. I did see their note about food concession, but I couldn't make out exactly what the rest of that note read. The handwriting in there was a little I mean, I just wasn't sure exactly what it meant. So, I mean, I think I would like some clarification. If they're selling alcohol out of the food truck, what does that mean? Like, do they just pass it and then go? Or because they do have some seating there, are they expecting to sell the alcohol, or is it just not from there at all? I guess the clarification I think would be important. Yeah, I see that you're marking that note. Like, we will not be selling at the fairgrounds, something state, something. I'm not really sure what that meant. So I guess I personally wanted some clarification about what exactly the intent of the sausage shack was.
Greg, if you scroll down to the bottom of page 3, there's a checkbox that says commercial catering.
Mhm.
Right there. Yeah. So they're asking for commercial catering. They're not. They're doing is commercial catering that they will be doing for specific events at the fairgrounds.
Only that. Okay.
And they may do catering elsewhere too, but they still need a first-class liquor license for that.
Okay.
And that's they've applied for a catering permit, but that doesn't go to the select board.
All right. Good. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing something in that line of text that I couldn't read.
If there aren't any further questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll do it.
Andy?
I move that the select board approve the revised outside consumption permit for Black Flannel Brewing Company and the new first-class liquor license for the Sausage Shack.
Thanks, Andy. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Quick 30 seconds to see if the public wishes to weigh in.
Come on, boy.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody weighing in to speak, so let's move on to the next business item, which is, hang on. Presentation and discussion of FY 2021 proposed water and sewer budget and rates. Dennis Lutz, thank you for being so incredibly patient and waiting for us to get to this business item.
That's fine, no problem. I happened to catch a lacrosse game on television, so that kept me busy for a little while. They actually had one in March. They actually had one in March of 2020 between Cornell and Ohio State, and I couldn't miss that, so I watched that. Anyway, I'll be brief. You've gotten it's late. You've gotten the package for the budget. I think the only couple things I want to reiterate on the budget is the fact that Champlain Water District rates did go up by 3.7% this year. They account for about half of the budget costs. The wastewater treatment plant in the village went up about 2%, 1.9%. And again, they account for about half the budget. And we reduced the budget request to a 1%. It's actually 1.1% in water and 1% in sewer. In my view, that's where it's appropriate to be. I believe we can make it through the year with those costs. We did send on some information that you got on, I think you got the one on wastewater because I picked up the one on water today from Champlain Water District, but the wastewater one shows, at least for the month of March, our flows are typical of what they've been in the past. If you look kind of over on the column there on the far right, it shows that we're about 15 million gallons for the month if you go up the top for March 2020. And then the cumulative numbers are down below. And so that's actually a little bit higher flow, which I didn't anticipate. My estimate or guesstimate is that we're probably going to see some drop off as we go into April and May, because obviously businesses aren't open, or a lot of them aren't. And Champlain Water District has seen the same thing. Their only district in the water district that had a drop was the district that serves St. Michael's College, and that's obvious because they went home early. Everything else is actually at or above the average for the last couple of years. So at least heading into our last 2 months, we appear to be in pretty solid shape as far as flow for both water and wastewater. And obviously that has an impact on revenue that we collect. Other than that, I guess the best way to do that is to try to answer any questions that anyone might have on the material that was given to you.
Thanks, Dennis. Board members, any questions?
I have no questions.
No, Andy?
No, I'm happy.
Well, Dennis, I just want to thank you for being so proactive in addressing this so that our residents are not going to see a significant increase in their water sewer bills right now.
Yeah, I think that we're doing the right thing. We want to obviously keep all of our services open and running, and to do that, we have to obviously collect revenue to pay our bills for water and sewer. It is a fairly low-cost utility, and it provides, the clean water is probably some of the cleanest water you get in the country, drinking-wise. And from a wastewater perspective, we've got a fantastic wastewater treatment plant, and I know Jim's done everything to keep his costs down. So we're moving in the right direction. I think we'll be okay.
Great. So this was information only at this point, and our decision actually is the warning. Is that correct?
Yes. The water sewer rates are funny because the board does not actually have to go through the whole process of public hearing and all that. They can be adopted at a meeting. But a number of years ago, and I can't remember how far back now, what we did, or what the board decided to do, was to adopt it like you adopt any other major expense. And so we go through the process of providing this. I'll be putting this, if this is approved by the board tonight, I'll put all this information on our webpage, so it's out there. And then the public can weigh in at a public meeting at your next meeting. And then hopefully at the end of that meeting, the budget and the rates are adopted.
Okay. Okay, so we are looking at doing an actual approval this evening then? The memo is for information and discussion purposes only.
It's not for approval. It's really to approve the next item that's on the agenda, which is the warning for the next meeting, which will in fact, at the end of that meeting, hopefully lead to an approval of the rate structure and the budget.
Okay, okay. And so unless there's further questions from board members, we should probably transition to discussing the warning. I believe, Greg, you supplied us with an updated version of the warning.
Greg did. He's not.
All right. I keep getting to unmute myself.
He did, because in the actual one of the changes that we did make that is different, and that is, and Sarah had asked us to do this. This was back probably in January and February. We talked at length about this, but most communities do a charge for interim or final billing requests, and this comes about a lot of times as people are obviously selling their house or whatever, and we've not had a charge for that, and it takes us time to go out and read the meters, prepare the bills, and so we've added that onto the recommendation. It's at the bottom of the page on your written page 12, but it's a recommendation for a final billing request fee.
Okay.
And the only other thing I'll add to that is, based on earlier discussion about scheduling, the select board will be meeting first on May 26th, so the time up here can probably be adjusted to 6:35.
Okay. So before we decide to approve the warning, does anyone have questions for Dennis regarding this $35 charge for final readings?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess one question, when does that start? The $35 charge?
I'm not sure it's clear in there, but my recommendation would be the normal, what happens is you change the rate, is the rate will go in effect basically right after the meeting, but people don't see that bill until they receive their bill, obviously in the fall, the next actual billing period. But the rate for interim billings of the $35 would go into effect essentially after your next meeting.
Okay, as soon as it's approved. Okay.
This is Sarah. I would look to implement that July 1, so at the turn of the fiscal year.
Okay. Okay, well, so it sounds like we are ready to approve the warning with the change in the time. Is that correct, Greg?
The amended warning provided you tonight with the change in the time. Yep.
Okay. Would anyone like to move that?
I move that we approve the amended warnings as scheduled to discuss the proposed changes in water and sewer rates.
Thank you,
and the
Vince.
$35 fee.
Is there a second?
Second.
I think I heard Andy do that. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. A quick 30 seconds for the public. Dennis, thank you very much.
You're welcome. I'll stay on in case anybody has any questions, and then I'll call it quits for tonight.
Much appreciated.
Thanks, Dennis.
Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to the next business item. Have a good night, Dennis.
Thank you.
Item 5D is to approve the Human Services funding.
Hi.
Hold on, hi, Tammy, how are you?
Hi, good, how are you?
Good, thank you for persevering while we got through our business.
No problem.
So it is my pleasure to introduce Tammy Getchell to present the Health and Human Services grant along with Andy Watts. But as you guys have in your packet, we spent a lot of time over the last year or so reconfiguring this grant program. It's not even really a grant, but there's a lot of legalities with the term grant, but the community gives the select board 1% of its budget to give to Health and Human Services. Tammy was very instrumental, her and Travis and the whole committee, who she will introduce, to revamp it and give it focus. So with that, I turn it over to Tammy. I'm really proud of the work that they did and the recommendation that they gave to me.
Thanks, Evan.
TG.
So I made a few notes so that I could, head this right out for you. So basically, as you know, last November, you folks all passed a new distribution policy, which gave us a clear timeline to follow. It gave us which was nice, and it also gave us an opportunity to create a new system for an application and scoring. We made a push for advertising to get the word out to potential applicants, which included ads, included I think some front porch forum posts and such, and we received 30 applications, which is a 17% increase from last year. and the requests totaled $186,272, which is $45,700 more than last year. So, in my opinion, I think the advertising was effective. Our new application provided us a way to bring each applicant in the program to a more even level. I think after some discussions, there was a lot of planning involved with our review team over what has worked well, what hasn't worked well. One of the things that seemed to always be a problem is in some applicants would hand in very lengthy applications with, full audits and financials, and then other agencies would hand you a cover letter and say, please give us this. So it's difficult to do any kind of apples-apples comparison that way. What the new application did for us was exactly that, brought everybody kind of all asked the same questions. We required the same amount of financial materials, and it was a much easier review to be able to see these categories. This was the other thing. The distribution policy allowed us to create focus areas. And with the focus areas, each application, the applicant was they checked off which they thought they would most qualify under. So as a reviewer, you could sit and really basically group them. You could say, okay, well, these are all of our emergency food applicants, and these are the ones that are doing housing. And it was a lot easier to do a ranking system when you've grouped them. Let's see. Another thing we applied this year was a ceiling, so that any application request could not exceed $25,000 or represent more than 25% of the total program budget. And this is, notice I said program, it's not agency, because knowing that some agencies may operate more than one program, we wanted to give them the opportunity to submit 2 applications. However, keeping in mind that they still cannot request more than $25,000 for each of those programs. We did not actually have any agency submit 2 applications. They all submitted 1. But we did have that cap in place. As Evan mentioned, Travis was very instrumental in putting together some formulas on our scoring sheet, which really helped us. We all were able to place our scores. We scored 1 through 5. We based it on things such as how does the program fit with focus area, demonstrated need for funding, the benefit to the Essex residents, responsible budget, things like that. And once we each put our scores in, there was this nice little total page at the beginning. Everything got tabulated and ranked for us. And when we met on April 30th to discuss our totals and our scores, it was just all laid right out for us, and we had our recommendations in less than an hour. So it was a really, really effective process that way. And really, the rest of the meeting was spent discussing, what do we want to change on the application next year, and maybe some little glitches we encountered. Of course, we did all of it on Microsoft Teams, so that produced a few little glitches that we had no control over. So essentially, I guess I'm reporting in my opinion, I think this was a really great, we had a good team. Everybody had a lot of really good input. And we do have recommendations for you. So I think Greg probably has them in the packet. We have an attachment A that provides you with the final rankings and our review team's recommendations. What you're looking at right there, it's just your total overall scores. That was the totals when we scored 1 through 5. These were the ones that received the top numbers in overall. Below that, it's by focus group, how they came in and how they scored. So overall, the focus groups that were approved that you're looking at scored higher than the ones who checked other. There were a few that checked other. They didn't feel that they necessarily fit in a focus group. I think probably they really could. There's some of them that could. And our group did discuss possibly getting rid of the other group next year, because it was difficult for us to find the apples to apples comparison with that. That's probably a little bit more discussion. So let's see, on attachment B, or no, actually attachment A, if you go down further, I should say, this is where these are the final recommendations that we have. Anything that you see highlighted in yellow, those would be the figures that we either recommended a decreased amount. That first one for UVM Health Network is of course the biggest decrease, because our cap is $25,000, and our team agreed that it is clearly in the guidelines. It's this is how we approved this new model, so that was capped. There's a few others that have some yellow highlights. They were either reduced or not funded, and the reason for that is basically we had $186,000 in requests and $148,000 to spend. So that's where we decided to make our cuts, our recommended cuts. Finally, let me see, what else have I got for you? Attachment B is your distribution policy, which I included in the packet just so that you could review it if you chose to before the meeting, just as a refresher as to how this process is going and how we're meeting our timeline, which we are, which is great. And the final attachment C that I have in this little presentation for you would be the recommended focus areas for the new cycle, which in our distribution policy, I think it states in there that we will recommend these at this same meeting so that you can discuss. I mean, you probably don't necessarily have to approve them at this time if you don't want to, but they are presented to you. If you decide that this is that you would want to keep these same focus groups, which is what our recommendation is to just keep them, we could go ahead and begin to put that on our website, and people could actually apply if they start. I mean, and they do start early. I hear from them like in September, October, saying, "Hey, when are you doing the next, funding cycle?" Because they're looking at their budgets. So, the sooner we get them up and the sooner they're approved, the sooner we can open that up for people. And I think that's about it. So unless anybody has any questions for me, Andy was a part of the group. I'm pointing to him. If you can't tell, I'm pointing to him.
And Tammy, could you read off the members of the committee?
Sure can. Yeah, we had Rick Gary, Travis, Brad Luck, Andy was with us, Wendy Hisco, Heather Packard, and myself.
So we had a good representation from village, town, police, and those who deal with lots of our citizens and their needs. So I was very pleased with that cross section. And I really wanted, before we get in too far, Andy was great. He has all the institutional knowledge and helped keep us in that path. So thank you, Andy, and to all the other members for all your hard work. So hopefully the select board is pleased with what they see.
Comments, select board members?
I have a quick comment. In the recommendation, it's asking the select board to consider contributing an additional $10,000 from the town reserves to support human services funding and distribute as they determine. Who is the they in there? Is it the select board, or is that the human services department?
Thank you for reminding me. Yes, there was originally talk of how we can help the community during this COVID crisis, and how much money would likely be staff would be comfortable recommending to the select board. That number was roughly $25,000. Couple weeks ago, you gave monies to food pantries and to Heart and Soul. I believe that total was $16,000. Therefore, if you were of a mind to go up to, say, the $26,000 range, I asked this committee to recommend to me who they would give that extra funding to. That is included as a Part B. Should you want to do it, they have made a recommendation to me. I'm making a recommendation to you.
Okay.
And those monies would come from the surplus funds of the town.
Yeah. So my concern or question, I guess, is this, should we hold off on allocating this and to see like where, if needs are going to change, like are we in a good place now, and is this going to keep us in a good place, or is this going to be something that like in the like we might want to wait for a few weeks to see like where things are going and then allocate that differently, I guess is my question.
Oh, good question, Vince. We are in a good place with the town's reserves. These are the times when you use your reserves for the good of the people. We have a couple of $1 million, several $1 million in reserve. So an extra 9,000 here or there, I don't want to minimize it, but this would be a one-time, well, a once in a while, long while time where we would look to add monies to this type of program. But we wanted to make sure, if the select board was of a mind, these are funds that are going to go directly into agencies that help our community. The group, all the people in the group know Howard Mental Health. They're dealing with what their name is, mental health. They're in our community every day. They work with our police department. They work with our libraries. They work with the families all up and down the line, our food shelters, everybody who's on this list. For the most part, we work with throughout the year. So we know that that money is going to stay in and around our community and help those in need. And there's a lot of people out there and growing in the next couple of months who are going to have that need.
All right. Thank you, Evan.
You're welcome, Vince.
Evan, I didn't speak to the additional amount for Howard Center that's on the recommendation.
As an example, Howard Center, I didn't remember all the names of the applicants.
Yeah, but you know which line I'm talking about, because there was a position there that needed to, some additional funding.
Yeah, so.
On the recommendation page. So right. That was the same as last year, the board.
Right. And so one of the other issues is the town has been working with other towns, Colchester, South Burlington, Shelburne, with Howard Center. And we have, during the year, added a 5th mental health worker into our contract to provide nights and weekend service, mental health, because mental health doesn't take a holiday on nights and weekends. So that changed our police department budget. We use some of these funds to cover some of that cost. But this will be the last year that we will do that. The rest has been put in, the change of funding is put in the police budget. But it is used. It has made a huge difference at Brunel Library and to our police department.
I'm glad to hear that that's a one-time thing that's going to happen. I'm a little concerned about funds from the Human Services budget being applied towards general fund expenses. So.
Well, and the reason why we felt it was appropriate is because it's an additional service that came in unbudgeted, but we still felt we wanted to be able to do that with our partners who were all in favor of it. And by the way, it was much more than $7,000. This is just the part we thought could be fit in. And that's why we felt that way. And as a group, the committee felt that strongly that was the right thing to do.
Okay. Tammy, first of all, congratulations on making this process far more accessible and easy to follow and consistent and accountable. It's a really generous thing that our residents do, and I'm so glad that you were able to work with the team to make it such a really valuable thing for our human services organization. So thank you. Job well done. I'm really impressed.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Yeah, you did a fantastic job. And Andy, thank you so much for representing the select board so well in this process. We really rely on your judgment and institutional memory to help with this process. And so thank you for taking part and committing to do this over and above your select board work. It's a generous thing that you're doing. So thank you. I just have a question, a couple things. I agree, Tammy, with your suggestion that you don't bother with the other category next year, because that will force your applicants to get into the specific groups that you're interested in using. But I do have a question about, and this is more of a broader discussion for the board that I'd like us to consider. Is there a category for equity and inclusion? Are we providing funding for any organizations whose focus is to make sure that people of color have equal opportunity in the community? And similarly, are the different focus areas within themselves, is there a criteria or a criterion in there in each one of them that each applicant has to address, that they're addressing or dealing with equity in their work, Tammy?
I'm actually going to bring up my the application. So the types of questions we ask them, I think I don't know if we necessarily had that as a focus. Our focus this year kind of went from financial stability to Essex. Basically, what are you doing for Essex? And the agencies that tend to score higher were the ones that were serving more Essex residents, that were actually doing a more direct service here. And that was specific in our process. That was one of the things we wanted to glean out of that. I'm looking to see, we have a description of services. We ask them to describe why they need the funding to support their program for Essex residents. And if they didn't receive the funding, how would that affect them? We ask them, how will Essex residents benefit from this program, basically a demonstrable need. Discuss or describe the program's measurable outcomes, social condition, behaviors, or situations which will improve because of the service. And what is the criteria used to determine eligibility for program participation? How do Essex residents learn about your program? What strategies and/or mediums do you use? And then we ask them some information about their budget, their funding sources, and such. So I don't see anything really maybe very specific to what you're saying.
Well, not for discussion and decision this evening, but I do think it's worth a conversation at the board level, how we can incorporate equity into the award process. I do think it should be something that you rank each applicant on. And then, if possible, to also have a separate category of awards that addresses equity. I know there's multiple organizations within Essex that are working in the schools and in the community, sometimes in partnership with the other organizations in the other focus areas. So I'd like us to talk about that in the future to make sure that we're doing a better job of assisting people of color, and to make sure that we pay attention to it in all the different ways that we work with the community. Thanks, Tammy. Andy?
Yeah,
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on that. The categories that we chose came from the CCRPC's ECOS report. Was one of them, and certainly there would be stuff in there about equity, and we should go look at that. And the other was the every 3 years the hospital needs to do a community needs assessment. So those were the two major contributors to the categories that we chose. And I agree with you that we should probably go back and look and see if there's a specific way to pull in equity and inclusion would be, I think would be
we could certainly look for
yeah.
We could certainly look for
Yep.
some kind of guidance or equity lens that we could apply that would be readily prepared, that we don't have to reinvent.
Yep.
Can I ask one more question, Tammy?
Sure.
I'm just curious, out of all of the highlighted boxes that were a reduction in the ask versus the award, and then Green Mountain Habitat asked for 10,000 and received 0. And I'm just curious why that happened, because of the others, everyone else got at least something.
So if I'm going and Andy, please correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I think that one of the comments that I heard was, you know, if they had plans on building right in Essex, then maybe we would do a full contribution that year if there was a plan for that. There's the thought process that, you know, it's a large amount, but that's what they are looking for. They do something substantial. They're not buying a bag of groceries. They're buying a house. So,
right.
You know, the ask is a big ask, and if we were going to, I think the thought process was that if we were going to pull it away from any of the funding agencies, that was the one that was going to lose out on it, only simply because it's just not immediately serving any Essex residents right now.
Yeah, and it was low scoring in the category, and right, the number of affected Essex residents was I mean, they couldn't say that they were going to serve anyone in Essex in the coming year. Right. The other comment that came up is that there's been discussion in the past about the potential to establish an affordable housing fund, you know, similar to our conservation fund, and that the comment was that, you know, if we are able to establish that kind of fund, maybe that's where that's the thing that we would fund from this, with the intent to use that to assist, you know, Habitat for Humanity to buy property in Essex that they could then build on, because that's their issue, is finding affordable land to build on. If, you know, if there was land that they could build on, they would do it. And so so that was kind of the you know, the give and take there, was that, you know, it was low scoring, but we'd like to consider whether there's an alternate path to fund them directly for what they need, which is land.
That's an excellent idea. I hope that when our Housing Commission is able to get started, that kind of conversation can happen there too. Yeah. Well done, everybody. This is like one of the very coolest things that we get to do. Thank you so much. It's great to hand out money.
It's the thing that got me on the select board.
Oh, we're glad you're here to do this.
Just one last thing, you guys have to take a vote. I want to give all the props to the committee. A couple of the comments from committee members was, this was all Tammy and Travis and others, but it was focused. We included other people in the departments who had a passion for this, and they really felt that it was a great way for the town to give back to the community and focus it where it could do the most good. So, and I really appreciated all that input and thought, and the people. I mean, we had 30 applicants. They had to put a lot of time into reading each and every application, score it. oh, by the way, the others didn't know how anybody was scoring it. So it was secret until it came out. So it wasn't like, well, Andy gave him a 5. So, and Tammy gave him a 5. I'll give him a 5. They didn't know how it was scoring until the end. And so, well done.
Wonderful. And thank you to our very generous taxpayers who are willing to give some of their hard-earned dollars to take care of their neighbors.
Yeah.
So we need a vote to approve the recommendations for funding. Would anyone like to make that motion?
Should we listen to the public first?
Oh, Vince, thank you.
No problem.
I am terrible at this. We'll take 30 seconds to see if the public wishes to weigh in before we take a vote on the human services funding. All right, hearing none. If anyone would like to make a motion to approve the recommended funding amounts.
I move that the select board approve contributions to the human services agencies as presented to the attached list, attachment A. Presented on the attached list, attachment A. I also move that the select board release $10,000 from the fund balance to the Human Services Funding Committee to distribute as they determine. And I further move that the select board approves the focus areas presented in attachment C as human service priorities for FY21 human services funding.
I would like to ask to amend that motion. Vince, I'd like us to have the discussion about adding an equity category before we approve. So
sure.
I'm okay with approving the 4 focus areas, but I'd also like to add one at some point, and I'd want us to have that discussion. So we can either approve these now and amend them later, or save this for later and approve all together later. Is there a preference of the board?
I would say, so you're saying strike the attachment C part of that motion and regroup? Okay, that sounds
Yes.
That sounds good. That sounds amenable to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Would anybody like to second as amended?
Second as amended.
Thank you, Pat. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? All right, thank you again, Andy, Tammy, Evan, everybody who was involved in the committee. It's a great service and we appreciate your effort.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
Okay. Last but not least, business item 5E, approve suspension of tax sale activity for calendar year 2020.
Sarah's still here. Sarah, do you want to do this one or do you want me to do it?
I can do it. I don't have much to add other than what's in the memo. The select board has a tax sale policy that looks at certain criteria on or about May 1st of the year. I think it will come as no surprise that delinquencies are slightly up. You may be surprised that they're not up more at this point, but I do think that we'll see that rise sharply in the fall. Regardless, at this point, we do meet the criteria set forth in the policy to hold a tax sale in this year, although I do not personally think that it's appropriate in light of what we're facing. And I would like to request that the board consider suspending any tax sale activities for the calendar year while we see how things go with the pandemic.
Sarah, thank you for making that recommendation. Board members, do you have any questions or comments? I think this is a very logical and compassionate thing to do at this time. So Sarah, thank you for putting this idea forward. We really appreciate it. Would anyone like
You're
to make
welcome.
a motion?
Do you hear from the public?
Ugh, thank you. So tired. We'll hold for 30 seconds and wait for the public to ask questions if they have any on this business item. Hearing none, would anybody like to make a motion?
I will. I move the select board suspend tax sale activities for calendar year 2020.
Thank you, Andy. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I'm going to put Pat down for that. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you very much. Now, we had an agenda amendment to pull item 6A out of the consent agenda to talk about it as item 5F, the minutes for April 28th.
Yeah, there's one change I'd like to make. There's a motion that begins on line 193. And I had included a stipulation in there that the unified manager come back with more information about the $80,000. So I would like to include at the end of the first sentence, which ends upgrades to the fire station, to add with the unified manager coming back with a more detailed report.
Would anybody else, does anyone else have any changes or amendments to the minutes of April 28th? Before we vote on the minutes, let's go for 30 seconds to see if the public wishes to speak on the consent agenda. All right, seeing none, would anyone like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
It's not the consent agenda, it's the minutes.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse me, the minutes. My apologies.
Yep. I move approval of the select board meeting minutes of April 28, 2020 with as amended.
Thank you, Andy. Anyone like to second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Vince. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay. That was.
Now I'll move approval of the consent agenda.
I'm sorry, was that Vince or Andy?
It was Andy.
Andy. Andy, thank you. Second on the consent agenda?
Second.
Thank you, Pat. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Board reading file, board member comments. Anyone have anything to share that we haven't already discussed?
There was one thing earlier. I noticed that Rob Reardon had come into the meeting earlier. I wasn't sure, was there some intention for the public to present something about high school graduation or something to the select board? I thought I had read something in some chat or comments along those lines, but they kind of vanished when we had the executive session.
There was a discussion item on the trustees agenda earlier for honoring high school seniors because we couldn't do a graduation, and they were talking about purchasing signs to put out to honor the grads. So I'm wondering if perhaps Rob joined the meeting a little later, thinking that it was going to happen later, because otherwise there weren't any other agenda items related to the school district or the high school.
All right, I just wanted to make sure that we didn't somehow miss something.
Right.
Permission to speak for a second? This is Kathy.
Oh, Kathy, hi.
Hi. I did see that Annie Cooper commented that he was retiring this year.
Yes.
And, I think that was the line of questioning that happened there. Was he there for a shout out that we were supposed to do? That was
right. I don't know that he was told to join the meeting for any particular reason, and we didn't have anything on the agenda tonight to honor him. However, I do think it would be appropriate for us to consider a resolution or something in his honor for his long service at the high school, which we could talk about putting on a subsequent agenda.
Yeah, and we did announce 2 co-principals have been hired at the high school today.
Mm-hmm.
So just again, I think relevant to community interests that the Tamara Parks and Dr. Van Ostren will be the 2 new Essex High School principals starting on July 1st.
That's exciting.
It's a new way of looking at it. I think that the hope is I won't go too long because I know it's late, but the hope is that it is going to be a more educational, collaborative campus. So along with the 2 co-principals and Bob Travers, the director of CTE, rather than having the high school and the tech center as kind of separate entities, that the 3 of them together are taking on more of a collaborative leadership sort of equitable process where, we can hopefully look at transforming what high school, kind of looks like in the community. But big thoughts, and I think really great direction for it, but also a lot of work.
That's great news, though. Thank you for sharing that, Pat. Any other board member comments? Hearing none, I'd be happy to entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move the select board adjourns.
Is there a second? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? I dare you.
We've never exercised the rule that we have to be unanimous to go past 11 o'clock.
We almost did tonight.
It used to be midnight. It used to be midnight.
It used to be midnight, yeah.
Mm.
By the way,
at some point we'll move it to 10.
I highly recommend a nap before the long meetings. It's very helpful.
By the way, as part of the high school graduating thing with the village, I'm going to let them, because they have 269 stick in the ground banners. They're going to be, I'm going to let them use the front side of 81 Main and our parking lot playground area as well. They're going to use 2 Lincoln and probably the library to be able to get 269 of them put in the ground. So you'll see them in front of 81 Main too.
Can't wait to see it.
Have a good night, everybody.
Everyone, thank you so much. Have a good evening.